Hello. Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for being here. Good day to you. Stream viewer, VOD viewer, and human being, wherever you are. Shout out to all the dogs and cats out there watching as well. All the lizards. Whoever you are, welcome to the stream. The pigs. The pigs. We have at least one pig watching, I know. Thank you for all the subs. Get the stream kicked off. We got Tall Jammer with the 32 months. We got Movie Socks with the Prime sub and the 2 months. What does Movie Socks mean? What are your movie socks? It's a very unique screen name. What's its origin? but thank you, Movie Socks, for that Prime sub in the 2 months. I don't want to know the origin? Why don't I want to know the origin? Socks you wear while watching movies. Thank you, Rob House, for the sub in the 16 months. Thank you. So there's always something new on Twitter, isn't there? Thank you, Ben Morse, for that reference there. Back to Halo 3 days on Xbox with friends. We were pajama slamma, movie socks, and lunch pants. That's awesome. Thank you for the explanation. I do very much appreciate that. Okay. So the recent thing on Twitter is everybody, like the most recent, is that everybody is posting whether or not they got into the Japan World Championship lottery events, right? There's like a cruise, there's the Pokemon Center, there's like an orchestra thing, there's like a dance thing. Oh, thanks, Rob House. I appreciate that. There are all these different things. But in my opinion, those are all just tourist traps, okay? Created to just keep the tourists busy. When I go to Japan, I want to go out and do Japan stuff, you know? Yeah, I didn't really mince words here on the tweet. I was like, yeah, these are just side quests for tourists, bro. Yeah. I'm trying to like go see Japan. I don't want to I don't want to be in the tourist containment zone, which is what I see these kinds of things at. They're tourist containment zones. Like I want to go out into Japan and experience like everyday life in Japan. That's what I want to do, you know. I mean, I used to live there when I was a kid, and I want to go experience, you know. I don't want to go like do something that was just designed as like a tourist attraction. Like I want to go actually experience Japanese culture, you know. I don't know. No, like, I'm not judging anybody, but I don't really see the point. Like if someone really wants to do the tourist attraction, then like that's great, you know. Props to you. But I think there's definitely like, don't miss out on like, if you're going to Japan, this might be a once in a lifetime opportunity for you to go to Japan. Like this is an opportunity for you to do something that doesn't involve Pokemon, right? Which in my mind is like the whole, and I'm someone who does Pokemon constantly, right? And the World Championships is going to be this massive celebration of all things Pokemon. I would highly recommend that anybody with some extra free time in Japan go experience something Japanese, you know? Go experience something outside of the world of Pokemon, because there's a lot to experience there. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm like, I just don't really understand the Pokemon Cafe. Sure. Well, there's a lot of different things that are Pokemon related that you could do that are not part of the lottery system as well. You know, there's the Pokemon cafes, there's the Pokemon centers in various cities, all that. I'm kind of low-key interested in the Nintendo world or whatever, right? And there's some Super Nintendo world or something. That's kind of cool. But even that, like, even that's a little bit too touristy, I think. I lived in Japan for 3 years. When I did kindergarten, and I did kindergarten in first grade. In Japan. Oh, and you guys get to see. Listen, I don't pay attention to social media enough to like, I mean, I hop on here, but I don't pay attention to who I'm following and who I'm not following. Yeah, I'll follow Ben Morse. Yeah, I should follow Philip Schultz. Yeah, I should follow Diane Shemansky. Okay. But people like to read into things that don't exist. Like, yeah, I would love to follow all three of those people. But I just, you know, I don't really be paying attention to who I'm, because in my mind is like, I end up seeing everybody's tweets anyway, because they all end up on my recommended, so. And then I don't really see what the point of following is anyway, because I don't see what the point of following is anyway, because then people will follow you, like follow people, and then mute them. That's just fake. Why would you follow someone and then mute them? That's just like, that's not following them. That's just a fake follow. So I don't know, that whole idea of like, oh, well, I'll give them the follow so that they think that I'm following them, and then mute them because I don't want to see what they say. Well, then don't follow them. I thought we were past the whole MySpace top 8 thing. I thought we were past all of that culturally. But I guess not. I can mute you. No, Ben, I won't mute you. I'll just unfollow you if you be posting some stuff that I don't like. Yes. Everything circles back to MySpace eventually. So true. The other day I was trying to post on Twitter and it wasn't working. And I was like, you know what? This website's trash. I should just go onto Threads anyway. I do have a Threads, by the way. If y'all are on Threads, Tricky Jim on Threads, I got to add the, you know, I don't have any stakes in the social media war. I'm just a bystander. I want to see it. I just want to see it play out. You know, I'm on Threads. I'm on Twitter. I don't really care who wins. But if any of y'all are on Threads, I'm Tricky Jim on Threads, and I'm Tricky Jim on Instagram. And I low-key like Instagram a lot, so. Yeah, Instagram's cool. I don't post on my personal Instagram. I stopped doing that a while ago. I don't know. I just personal stuff. Like, what do I got to share personal stuff for? But I do post content on Twitter. I post content now. That's what it's a content creator life, I guess. You know, I don't post anything personal anymore. It's all content, baby. That's all I post. Posting content. Everything is content. Yeah. So I shut down. Basically, I just use my personal Instagram to scroll and look at tattoos and skateboarding. But then I have a Pokemon Instagram now where I post content, and that's Tricky Jim on Instagram as well, where I post pretty pictures of Pokemon cards and stuff like that. Don't want to see you at Tokyo Disney then, bro? Let's see. Dunk lives in Japan and didn't win a single lottery. But that's okay. Well, I guess if you live in Japan, then you get to experience all the Japan stuff anyways. So, like, then the tourist attractions would be exciting for you. If you already live in Japan, then the tourist stuff would be exciting. But if you don't live in Japan, then there's so much to experience there, you know? Like the lottery event, who cares? There's a bazillion other things. I know. I need to figure out my vlogging setup for the World Championships, though. I don't really know. Like, I don't know what. Bring a camera. I know, but what camera am I gonna use? What kind of? And then do I need like a? And then what kind of? If I need a GoPro Hero 8, I have a GoPro something. That's what I'm saying. See, Cody is right. Cody is saying exactly what I'm saying. Like, if you missed out on the lottery, that's a blessing. Go do other stuff. Go to a sushi bar with the rotating conveyor belt. Go to an arcade. Go to a park. Go to a temple. Go to a bathhouse. Go to a bathhouse. Now, I don't know. I need to do some research on tattoo-friendly bathhouses because I've been in Japanese bathhouses before when I was a kid. My dad used to take me to the bathhouses when I was a child. Like I said, I did first grade and kindergarten in Japan, so so I've been to a bathhouse, but I didn't have any tattoos then. Cuz I was like 6. Yeah. But when I was a kid and my dad would take me to the bathhouses, I used to like swim in them. Like they were a pool, you know? Cuz I'm like 6. So I used to just like swim around. Yeah. That's what I said. And then, like, the naked men hanging out, that didn't bother me at all. I was just like, yeah. But I've heard that there are some tattoo-friendly bathhouses. So I'm going to have to do my own research. Oh, there are some. There are some tattoo for you just have to figure out like which ones are which ones are tattoo friendly. Because there are some, but not all. So you gotta be cognizant of that. Pretty easy to find online. Great. It's gonna be really bad, but what is a bathhouse? Well, I'd Google it, but I ought not to. Is basically a indoor sauna pool, kind of, where everyone hangs out naked. You don't wear a bathing suit. You hang out naked in the public sauna bathhouse, basically. It's like, yeah, it's sick. Yeah, it's like skinny dipping, right? Right, but you just kind of hang out in the sauna bathhouse, and you just kind of chill. You chill in the bath with a bunch of other dudes, you know, or women if you're in the women's bathhouse. Yeah, it's a free hanging jacuzzi, exactly. Yes, Dunk, please give me recommendations in the Discord. I would love to visit card shops with like robust singles selections and especially older card selections, like older Pokemon cards as well. So yes, Dunk, I would love some recommendations. Robust singles selection, old cards. That's what I like to see. If you could DM me some recommendations, Dunk, that would be hugely appreciated. Sushi or ramen? My wife Natalie loves sushi, and I like sushi too, but I am not going to lie, I have kind of a wimpy American taste for sushi. Okay, I like my I like my sushi cooked and you know, imitation crab, that's great. Yeah. I like American. They have sushi with Old Bay. That's serious. That's a thing. Yes, and I like that. I just don't know. Listen, I haven't had any Well, sushi doesn't have to have raw fish on it. It just, I understand that it will when I'm in Japan, though. See, in America, very easy to get sushi with not raw fish on it. Very easy. That's what tempura, I'm pretty sure I eat tempura. What is tempura? I have that all the time. I'm pretty sure. Well, JW, I'm gonna eat raw sushi. You're so mad, JW. You're so mad that I called you out because you want to do tourist stuff. You're so mad about it. Tempura is a deep frying method. That's what I love that. Listen, I'm gonna eat the raw sushi. What I'm saying though is it's not my I'm going to do it because it's the thing to do. I'm gonna do it. What I'm saying is that, you know, it's gonna take a little getting used to because right now I have wimpy Ohio cooked sushi taste, okay? Listen, ain't no reason to eat raw sushi in Ohio, okay? There's no reason to do that. Don't do that to yourself. How would you do that? Why are you eating raw sushi in Ohio, bro? Like, you got to know your state's strengths and weaknesses, okay? Seafood is not an Ohio. No, Ohio is not landlocked. We have the beautiful Lake Erie. Let's take this to Google Earth, bro. Where is this? Where am I? Oh, that was my childhood home. That's fun. Here we are. Ohio's not landlocked. Bunch of nerds. Come on. Look at us here. The beautiful Lake Erie. It's basically the ocean. And then Lake Erie, I'm pretty sure. All right, so Lake Erie, you know, there. Does Lake Erie eventually let out to the, I'm pretty sure that, like, there's rivers that eventually, yeah. All right, so, like, here, right? Lake Erie technically connects. Connects to Lake Ontario. And then I'm pretty sure Lake Ontario technically connects to the ocean. There you go. Beautiful. See, we're not landlocked. If you want to boat over Niagara Falls, I'm not saying that we have to. Yo, some people have jumped off Niagara Falls and lived. That's what the tourist guide was saying. But then there's people who jump off and also have not lived. Yes. But anyways, okay, what I'm saying is that, like, raw sushi is usually not the vibe in Ohio, okay? Because, you know, seafood's not our specialty, is what I'm trying to say. I'm willing to admit, all right, seafood is not Ohio's specialty. So what I'm saying is that when I go to Japan, I'm going to have some getting used to. I'm going to have to get used to it. Dang, bro, Japan is far away. What the heck? That's... Holy smokes, look how much ocean there is. This is... Oh my God. Do you guys understand how much ocean there is on this planet? Bro. This is messed up. That's messed up, dude. There's more ocean than land. Bro. Wasn't there like a movie about this? Waterworld or something? Did you guys ever see? I feel like I saw, there was like some movie that came out when I was a kid called Waterworld, and I think it was called Waterworld. Yeah, bro, in 95. One of the biggest commercial flops of all time. Oh yeah, then how come it's got a 7.6 on IMDb? I remember that. After the melting of the polar ice caps, most of the globe is underwater. It was heinously expensive to make. It was a household name for bad movies. Jack Black is in it? That's sick. And it was 3 hours? Bro. Bro, that's a 70-30 matchup. I saw him, I remember Waterworld being on the TV when I was a kid. Like, my parents watched it, but I think I was like too little to really understand. It came out in 95, all right? I was like 7. Is there more water than land on Earth? True or false? Bro, it's too much water out here. Natalie, I don't know if I would have gone to Hawaii if I understood how far out here it was, you know? I didn't really take a good look at Google Earth before going to Hawaii for our honeymoon. I didn't really take a close enough look at this, really. Y'all realize Hawaii really out here in the middle of nowhere, right? You might as well be in outer space. No, I think I understood that Hawaii was surrounded by water, but I don't think I understood how far, how far, bro. Look at how far it is. That's way too far, bro. Oh, the fish and stuff. Bro, the ocean is literally scarier than space. I don't know. Look at space, though. Like, space is also kind of freaky. Like, when you really, you know, when you start thinking about, okay, I don't know. Let's do a poll. What's scarier? All right, you got 5 minutes to vote. What is more scary? Is it ocean or is it space? Space kind of messed up. But so is the ocean, so it's impossible to tell which is scarier. I don't know. Okay, I'm actually starting to think that maybe it's space, bro. Yeah, even just seeing like stars and stuff kind of messing me up. There's a bigger chance you'll end up lost at sea. I agree. There is nothing good to find out at the bottom of the ocean. We do not need to find out any of that stuff. Dude, this is about as close as it gets. Look at this. This is dang. I knew this would be a good poll. This is like 50-50 ocean space. Dang. This is a tight runoff right here. Mass Dave, I'm just scared, period. We keep looking for trouble down there. That's what I'm saying. You can't surf in space? You could do like... Space has got to be scarier, guys. I'm saying if you, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm this far away from the Earth, I'm I don't. If I'm so far away from the Earth that it looks like a little speck, dude, I think I'm gonna pass out. But then again, simply don't get on a rocket. All right, but what about the vastness of space? You telling me that's not scary at all? Just the vastness. You ever think about how big space is? I mean, I think about that all the time. It's really big. There's so much to discover. What's crazy to me is that the world has no right side up. You realize that? You know, like, we're kind of used to looking at the planet like, you know, a specific way. Because that's the way that all of our globes look when you're in the classroom and stuff like that. You know, you're used to looking at it like this. Right? There's the North Pole and the South Pole. But who's to say that, like, you know, people standing on it like this, like to Australia, like they're right side up, bro. You know, in Australia, like they think they're right side up. It's all about perspective, you know? I was saying, it's a lot to think about. All right. I can't believe ocean is winning the scary poll. But to be fair, the ocean is really scary. Also, you know, the that submarine exploding is like very much in the public's conscience right now. You know, those people messed around and they found out. And it's like, that's you know, and that's that is very much in the public conscience right now. Imploded, sorry. Yes. Well, I think it's messed up that, like, there's creatures in the ocean that we just don't really know about at all, right? That's messed up. Or creatures in the ocean that we've, like, never seen alive. I was watching a YouTube video about that. It's also true of space. I know, but the ocean's so much closer than space, you know? It's like proximity, the ocean, it's like right there, but we don't know anything about it. Kind of like our brains, you know? It's like our brains are literally right here, but we don't know anything about the human brain. It's like the same thing. Like, brains are literally what you're using to have these thoughts right now, and we don't know about those or how they work necessarily. We're barely scratching the surface. Sour cream, you are wrong. We know some things about the brain, but if you've ever talked to a a neuroscientist or a brain specialist, they will tell you how much we don't know about the brain. Yes, if you talk to a professional, they will tell you how much we don't know. My dad spent his entire life studying the brain and will admit freely that we don't know hardly anything about the brain. Your brain knows it but won't tell us. So then, sour cream, we're talking about perspective, right? So like, say that there's 100, say there's so much that we could possibly know. It's like saying we don't hardly know anything about space. We don't know anything about the deep, deep oceans. Like, yeah, okay, it's about perspective. You could say we know a lot about the deep, deep oceans. No, we know some stuff, but we don't. But there's a lot we don't know. You're arguing semantics right now for no reason, really. Yes, you're just arguing semantics. But the brain is one of life's biggest mysteries. Thank you, Wilshif, for the sub and the 19 months. You've met the ocean. It's a chill dude, open book, told you everything you needed to know. Fascinating. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is you live on this big, mysterious rock in the middle of space that has a 70-30 matchup, land to water, and you are visiting a tiny, influential country on the other side of the world, Japan. Don't get sucked into a tourist trap, okay? Go experience all the things. Go experience Japan, okay? Go experience life in Japan. Dang, I'm really flipped around right now. Hold on. Hold up. I'm upside down, bro. How do I get right side up? There it is. Yes. Of course, everybody wants to experience worlds their own way, but I think that I feel like if, and obviously everybody can do that, but I think that there is definitely something to be said for just, using that what could potentially be a once in a lifetime opportunity to experience Japanese culture for a lot of people, go experience it. This is going to be a once in a lifetime trip for a lot of people. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say is like a lot of people are posting, oh, boo-hoo about missing the lottery. What I'm saying is like, no, that could be a positive. It's like, don't get hung up on that. You know what I'm saying? If you made it into the lottery and you got into one of your favorite events, congratulations. What I'm trying to say is don't let that sour your experience because there's so much to experience there. That's really what I'm trying to get at, right? Dang. The 70-30 matchup, that's messed up, bro. Yo, what's the Muscle Girl bar? Should I go there? Well, now you got me interested. Muscle bars are cool. What kind of muscles are we talking about? They have a Twitch stream. Okay, so like what? If I go onto Twitch and I search Muscle Girl,
from just driving through and getting into those,
will it just come up? Is this how, if I just like search one of these? Off stream. All right. So the Pokemon lottery was the Pokemon lottery was like the first topic of discussion. But then the other one is that there has been pretty heated discussion about best of 3 happening in the Pokemon TCG right now. And I do think that it's gotten to a point where we need to reassess the best of 3 rules that are the best of 3 rules that are being used right now. I think it's time to reassess, right? Because when the game first started, it was all, you know, single game Swiss, and then it used to be at huge events, you qualified for top 128, and then you would just bracket off from top 128. I mean, that's what it used to be. You'd do single game Swiss, and then you'd best of 3, bracket off, starting at top 128, and then you had to go undefeated from top 128. Then if you did top 128, then you qualified for top 64. At top 64, you qualify for top 32, top 16, top 8, 4, 2, and so on. So that's how tournaments used to be. Yeah, that wasn't the best system in the world, which is why it got updated, right? That is, it got updated. I qualified, I got my first top 8 at a regional championship by doing that, right? After Swiss rounds, you cut to a top 32, and then that's just how it goes. Which actually, if I'm being honest, I think that tournaments now are too big that we should start cutting to top 16. Or we should start cutting to top 32. Something like that. Because right now, I think tournaments are too big to cut straight to top 8. So I think that they should definitely consider cutting to top 16. And then letting people bracket off at top 16. Because I think top 8 is a little bit too small now for how big the tournaments are. So I think that that's probably something that they should look into doing as well. Yes, 34 match points bubbling is nutso. Yes. Absolutely nuts. So I do think they should cut to top 16. Which adds one more round, right? At regional championships. One more round for people to play. So then they eventually switched it over to Swiss rounds being 50-minute best of 3, and then they had I mean, the tournament structure has changed considerably in the years that I've been playing the game. Do you all understand? Do you all understand that when expanded format first started, regional championships were played in standard format day 1 and expanded format day 2. You realize that when you qualified for day 2 of a regional championship, you had to switch formats. Let that sink in. That was the case for years. There was at least like 2 years where that was the case. When I won my regional championship, I won playing 2 different formats. I played the same deck. But day 1, I played standard. Day 2, I played expanded. So, what I'm saying is that the tournament structure has been in flux. The entirety of Pokemon TCG's existence, it has been in flux. So people who have the opinion that it's 50-minute best of 3, it can't change, you're just wrong, because it has changed, and I bet it will again. Because if there's one truth about competitive play in the Pokemon TCG, is that it has evolved and changed. Right? There's always tweaking happening to the formula. Always. And the thing is that arguably the best 50-minute best of 3 format was tag team format. Why? Because games were started and decided like that. Because you had 3 prize Pokemon getting knocked out. Right? But then what did the player base do during tag team format? The game's too short. It's not skill-based enough. There's not enough decisions to help me outplay my opponent, right? The player base revolted. We complained, right? Because the game felt cheapened, right? The famous 3-turn game, the 3-turn win, right? I alter creation GX, I boss game. So, we want more decisions than that. So, the game designers responded to that feedback and gave us a more nuanced and skill-based game, which is what we've been playing through lately. And that's awesome. There's actually not a lot of people complaining about the format right now, but there were a lot of people complaining about the format a couple years ago. Myself included, right? Because it was garbage. There's a reason why Gym Leader Challenge was created. It was created because the format was not super rewarding to play, right? Standard format was not offering a lot. Expanded format was basically defunct and non-existent. So, right. But now standard is coming around, but with a more skill-based and nuanced format that has comeback potential and intricate decision-making, and with the size of the game and the amount of players competing at a high level, the thing is, when you get to that high level of competitive play with lots and lots of players around the world trying to master a system that you have set up, holes are inevitably going to be poked in that system, right? Because you have players who are trying to play that system in a way that gives them an advantage. So what we're seeing is that with the slowing down of the format, which is inherently a positive thing for the Pokemon TCG, you're having a lot of situations where players are able to manipulate the clock to their advantage to come out with the best result in a 50-minute best-of-3 scenario. Now, that level of scrutiny that is put onto 50-minute best-of-3 now, that level of scrutiny was not put into the 50-minute best-of-3 system years ago, because there simply was not as much of a social media dialogue happening about the system. There was not as many eyes on the top players and how they were manipulating the clock to their advantage, right? But now you have more eyes on top players. You have more viewers. You have more public dialogue and conversations happening about it. And change is a natural result of those kinds of things. The tournament system can always be updated and improved to create a more fun and balanced experience for the most amount of people. So I think it's only natural to continue to have these conversations. You know what's crazy? I mean, you think about norms and things like this that have changed throughout the Pokemon TCG. More streaming is catching them. Exactly. Do you know what used to run rampant in the Pokemon TCG when I started? Declumping. Declumping used to be everywhere. Declumping used to be everywhere in the Pokemon TCG. But now it's no longer a thing. Why? Because there's been like public criticism of the practice. Declumping was just a normal thing back in 2012, 2013. Yes. Everybody did it. Everybody. All the top players did it. Everybody did it. But then as the practice started to become streamed, people were like, that is like kind of cheating, right? So declumping is basically like you're looking through your deck and say you're looking through your deck and you see 3 double turbo energies right next to each other while you're doing a deck search. Declumping is taking those 3 double turbo energies and then splitting them up so that they're not right next to each other in the deck. That's declumping. And people will say, like people used to say, like, oh, well, yeah, I'm trying to make my deck more random, right? And those cards are stuck together. Well, that's not how randomization works, right? And so like there had to be a public conversation about that, right? And people would see cards stuck next to each other and then split them apart and then continue to shuffle like adequately. But then their argument would be like, I just don't like seeing those cards next to each other, right? Because what? Right? A shuffle should be random. And it is completely possible for cards of the same type to be next to each other randomly. So people would say, well, I just declump because it's like my, it's just out of habit, right? Or people are like, I do it as what is it when you like when you feel like something's like lucky, right? You're just doing it just as like your lucky charm. You're doing it as like what a habit. What's the word that I'm looking for? People are like, I just do it superstition. That's it. Yes. People said I just do it out of superstition. That was like the big argument, right? People would be like, I randomize adequately afterwards. I just do it out of superstition, right? That was like the big thing. But that kind of attitude had to be like hated out of the community, right? And, I made this video 5 years ago helping to hate that practice out of the community, right? And this was like, really starting to have these public discussions about how declumping is cheating, helped push the narrative against declumping. And now you do not see declumping anymore in the Pokemon TCG, but it used to run rampant. Everybody, if you saw somebody on camera, they were declumping like a madman. It was out of hand. So these conversations had to be had in order to fix that. And those public conversations have pretty much fixed it. What's happening right now is that Azul is leading a campaign against pile shuffling, and he is correct in doing so. Sometimes I'll pile at the beginning of a match just to check the backs of my sleeves, but you could do that just in a single pile too. But I am very obsessive about the backs of my sleeves not being marked because judges are out here DQing people for marked sleeves. So now I am more afraid. I am incredibly afraid of getting disqualified for a marked sleeve. So I check after every match. I check before every match. I check because the implications if I ever were to get disqualified for a marked sleeve would be horrendous for my career, right? And that's the thing. Imagine the gravity if I get disqualified for a marked sleeve. That is going to be a huge, devastating blow to my career as a content creator, right? So I have to be obsessive about it. And that's what I do. As I'm going through, I have to sit here and I have to look at every single sleeve like it's literally life or death for me, right? I do. Because it is life or death for me. If I get disqualified for a marked sleeve, that's a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. So that cannot happen. And it's something that is happening, on a large scale right now. So, but I agree that pile shuffling is worthless. But you can do it to check the backs of your sleeves. You could do it to count your deck. Right? But people, the thing is, anybody who says that they are pile shuffling to randomize their deck, that is not true. Just straight up. So you got to be careful, right? You got to be careful. So pile shuffling is not shuffling, 100%. But also check your sleeves because you don't want to get disqualified for marked sleeves. So don't pile shuffle as a means of randomization because it's simply not. But also please check your sleeves so that you don't get disqualified for marked sleeves and don't fall victim to that. Of course, you have to. Pile shuffling is not shuffling, period. So, of course, you have to shuffle. Of course, because pile shuffling is not shuffling, straight up. You should absolutely never pile shuffle during a best of 3. You should never do that. It's just wasting time. Yes, pile shuffling, if you do not randomize, pile shuffling is, if you do not adequately randomize your deck, pile shuffling is a means of cheating. Yes, 100%. Which is why pile shuffling is so sketchy, because you're associating, that practice is associated with cheating. So don't do it, right? I know, Will. I know. People pile shuffle between games, and that is, red flags go off in my head when people start doing that. How do you tell your event organizer at your local level about pile shuffling? Point them to Azul's content. Actually, point them to, let's see. Right here. Hey, did you know that Pokemon has stated in one of their preparing for league videos that pile shuffling is not a true shuffle. Boom. There you go. Right there. Azul's campaign against pile shuffling finally came to fruition. It's not shuffling, right? So all you have to do is point them to that. If it's a discussion being had at your league, just point them to the official Pokemon statement. Yeah, case closed. It's not a shuffle. So then the other big topic of conversations, the reason I brought up declumping is because declumping used to run rampant, and then it became public opinion that it was actually wasting time and cheating. So it got hated out of the community. The practice got hated out of the community. And I was one of the ones who helped hate it out of the community because I was very stern about the fact that it is not appropriate. With like my YouTube videos and my stream and stuff. Similarly, Azul lately has been leading a campaign against pile shuffling. And what's also happening right now is that the competitive community is putting a magnifying glass on people who play the clock unfairly, right? So that is being under fire right now. And the truth of the matter is that top Pokemon TCG players have been towing the line with time stalling in the Pokemon TCG for years. That's the truth of the matter, right? But now that there are more eyes on the game and more critical thinking going into how we organize competitive play, now we are coming to terms with the fact that many of the best players in the Pokemon TCG are doing things that are encouraged to play the clock in a way that is against the spirit of the game, right? So with that, and with the fact that the rules for our 50-minute best-of-3 games encourage this kind of behavior by the way that they award points, the Pokemon TCG community is coming to terms with that and asking for the rules to be adjusted. And the reason all of this is happening is because there's more critical eyes on the game than there's ever been. This kind of thing is starting to happen on stream with judges and players and everybody just expected to look the other way while it's happening. And the fact that it just feels against the spirit of the game. So, what do we do about that? Well, I actually really like Tord's comment here on what we should do about it. Tord said, seen a lot of controversy and differing opinions around the 50-minute best-of-3 time structure lately. A normal game of Pokemon takes about 25 minutes and even longer for some of the top decks. Taking legal actions in a game you are losing is not cheating, as per the rule book, but it certainly feels like it sometimes. And that is exactly the nuance that that's the exact nuance that we're talking about, is like technically players are allowed to check the opponent's discard pile. Technically, players are allowed to count the amount of cards in their deck. Technically, players are allowed to take 15 seconds per game action. And when you combine all of those things in a situation where it benefits you as a player to not allow your opponent to finish the game, technically that's cheating. But there is absolutely no way to enforce that. There's no way, right? So right now, what we have is we have a flawed system that is impossible to enforce slow play with, right? It's impossible because you don't know a player's intention. I could be sitting across from somebody who is just brand new at the game and doesn't know how to play fast. Or I could be sitting across from somebody who is incredibly talented and knows how to play at the slowest legal pace possible to make sure a game does not conclude. Right? But how do you police the difference? You can't, right? You can't police the difference. You can't. You just can't. Chess clocks won't work. There's no way. Chess clocks will not work. It'll be a logistical disaster. It's not happening. So get chess clocks right on out of your mind, because that's not happening. I promise you, chess clocks will not happen. It's not happening. As maybe in a dream world, but that's all it is a dream world. I'm talking about logistics. What's realistic? What's realistic for Pokemon to implement? I think we just need a judge for every table to micromanage. Also, not realistic. You know that's not realistic. Come on. So then Tord says, wholeheartedly, I think the tournament experience would be way more fun if we played 2 games instead of 3, with each game awarding 1 point. Right now, every match will always have one player wanting a game to not conclude. Either game 2 being up a game, or game 3 being in a bad position. With 2 games, both players will always have an incentive to finish every game, even if you are losing, since it will boost your opponent's win percentage. This also eliminates the unfair advantage of the opening coin flip. Interested in opinions on the structure and where you personally draw the line for fair play. I like this because what we need to do is we need to create a system that encourages players to finish the game in front of them. But what Tord correctly calls out here is that right now, the system is flawed because there are many situations where one of the players does not want the game that is happening to conclude. And that is a flawed system. Right? Because it's all about what are the players at the table encouraged to do. And Tord correctly points out one of the best players in the world, arguably the most successful player in the history of the Pokemon TCG, is saying it. He is just saying it. He's saying, yep, the way that it's organized right now, players are constantly incentivized to make games not conclude. Which is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. Right? Because you could do things like, okay, say my opponent scoops game 1, and this is all hypothetical. I am not advocating for this. I am simply trying to paint a picture to you of how flawed our system is, right? This is how flawed the system is. Say your opponent scoops game 1 on turn 2. The opening turns take a few minutes. Say you're 8 minutes into the set, right? and your opponent scoops. If, say, player B scoops, right? All player A has to do is not concede and play at the slowest legal pace, and they can make sure that they are guaranteed to not lose that set. Do you understand what I'm saying? All they have to do is play at the slowest legal pace, and there is no way that their opponent can come out with a win. That is the kind of practice that is happening right now in the Pokemon TCG. And that is messed up. And I'm not saying slow play, because slow play is cheating, but if they just play at the slowest legal pace. So then the fact that we have to talk about what's the slowest legal pace, that is something that top players have been trying to just toe their line around. It's messed up, bro. It's messed up. It's really messed up. Players should not be asking themselves what is the slowest legal pace of play. However, players who are trying to game the system and gain an unfair advantage are asking themselves that question and are putting it into practice. And you're seeing it on stream, you're seeing it happening, and it is against the spirit of the game. That's exactly what Tord is pointing to right now, right? It's exactly what Tord is pointing to. So, what do we do about that? In Japan, they have a system that does not incentivize slow playing, because if you tie, both players lose. So even though Japan's best of one system is a flawed system in that it's just best of one, right? It is more in line with the spirit of the game, since both players are incentivized to finish the game based on the principles of the Pokemon trading card game. Right? Everything, like, it's the purest form of Pokemon, in my opinion. No, Jack, chess clocks are not logistically feasible and will not work. No. Not logistically feasible. They can't be policed well enough. You have to restructure the rules so that they discourage slow play, and that is something that is very possible to do. You know, thank you, Jay Misplays, for the Prime sub in the 17 months. So, the problem, in my opinion, with best of one is that the player who goes first, or the player who gets to choose who goes first, is at a big advantage. So, what I like about Tord's proposed solution is that it gives both players the opportunity to go first. And I think that that is actually the most balanced way to do this. Both players get to go first once, right? You get 1 point for a win, 0 points for a loss. The best outcome out of your best of 250 minutes is that you get 2 points. The next best outcome is that you get 1 point, and the worst outcome is that you get no points. I think that's the best solution. It incentivizes players to finish the game in front of them. There's no incentive to stall an opponent out. You actively are incentivized to have the game in front of you conclude. And both players get to go first. You've got 2 opportunities per match to have your deck work, which I think is a fair balance. If we're being completely honest, wouldn't this result in a lot of 1-1s for everybody? But then the best player is 2-0. Right? Sure, there might be a lot of 1-1s. What does the bit about opponent's win percentage mean? So that means we're talking about tiebreakers here, because tiebreakers are decided by your opponent's win percentage. So if you're, if you're playing against, if you 1-0 your opponent doesn't earn a point, which negatively impacts your tiebreakers because your opponent has less points. So you're incentivized to have your opponent. You want your opponents to have as many points as possible, but then you also want to win, right? So like you want your opponent to earn as many points as possible, but then you want to also earn as many points as possible. But then I also don't hate 30-minute best of one. I really don't. I think 30-minute best of one has merits as well. Yeah, I'm not like totally against 30-minute best of one. Having played, yeah, Ahmed says best of two is too confusing for the general audience. You got to have a little more faith than that. Changing our mulligans, that would have to come from the Pokemon Company, Japan. That's not something that TPCI can do. So I think that people who are thinking that we can just change our mulligan practice, TPCI, I do not think that TPCI has the power to change that. They might be able to suggest it. They can suggest those changes to be made, but gameplay fundamentals have to come from Japan. If soccer fans can understand best of two, so can we. So true. I do think that absolutely anything is better than our current best of three. I think the current best of three situation is kind of a disaster right now, especially heading into the World Championships where ties are worthless. It's like you're telling me I'm going to have to form gentlemen's agreements across language barriers. Just a complete disaster. No, we're not doomed for 50-minute best of three. It's not true, because the organization of competitive play and tournament structure has changed many times. Has changed many times in the 10 years that I've been playing the game. It's changed many times. So it could definitely change again. Those of you that think that it can't change, you're just wrong, because it has changed many times. This is not Magic the Gathering. The game is not designed for 50-minute best of three. Magic the Gathering is designed for 50-minute best of three. Pokemon TCG is designed for 30-minute best of one. People don't like to hear that, but it's true. Creatures, who designs the Pokemon TCG, designs the game for a 30-minute best of one experience. So, that's how the game is designed. TPCI changed it to a best of three, somewhere along the line, because there were too many turn one donks happening. That was something that was happening a lot. Turn one donks. Apparently, Kyle Pukasukovic, who works at TPCI now, actually was one of the primary people making an argument for the change in the turn one rules, because it used to be that you could attack turn one going first. It also used to be that you could play a supporter turn one going first, right? So all of these things have changed over the years, and TPCI has a lot of influence in being able to suggest these changes. But TPCI does not put these changes in practice. They can change whether or not it's 50-minute best of three or single game or whatever. TPCI can change that. but TPCI can campaign for and suggest fundamental rule changes like first turn rules and first turn supporter rules and things like that. But ultimately, those decisions come from Japan. So if you want to change to the way that prizes work or mulligans work or any of that, all of that has to come from Japan. That all comes from Japan. TPCI is our communicating arm to Japan, though. That's how we get our opinions heard to creatures, is through TPCI, right? So you gotta bet that TPCI hears all of this. They know about it, right? They know about all of these discussions. They are on Twitter. They see it. Thank you, Uno Matty G, for the sub in the 27 months. They see it. And I think I like both 30-minute best of one and 50-minute best of two better than the current system we have now. We also had some really big names like Philip Schultz, who is one of the Schultz brothers who works on Limitless. Not gonna lie, playing 50-minute best of three is so painfully annoying, it makes me not want to play at all. Not only getting slow played, but knowing how much of a disadvantage you have when playing the game normally is so exhausting. Removing incentive for slow play is definitely the way. I agree with that 100%. Also, Nico Alabas says, I'm completely with Philip here. Intricate decks are usually the most fun, but sitting there having to worry more about time than your own plays makes the game incredibly unfun and puts comeback decks at a severe disadvantage. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I want to play Gardevoir for Worlds, but I will not because of the 50-minute best of three system. I will not. I feel like sleeving up Gardevoir and signing up for day one of the World Championships is literally shooting yourself in the foot. You are a glutton for punishment if you do that. And it's literally just because of the tournament structure. Okay, not literally, but you are figuratively shooting yourself in the foot if you sleeve up Gardevoir for day one of Worlds. It's the deck I want to play, but the reality of the situation is you are playing across language barriers. You're playing across language barriers in a 50-minute best of three format that not every player that you are playing against will have as much experience navigating, and you cannot afford to tie because your ties are basically losses unless you get three of them. Because you have to go 6-2 in order to qualify for day two of Worlds. You have to go 6-2. You have to get 18 points in 8 rounds. Or is it 18? Yeah. 18 points in 8 rounds. You need 18 points in 8 rounds. So as soon as you tie, you either need to go 5-0-3, but if you are 3-1-1, say you're 3-1-1, that tie is a loss. And you tie again, you're 3-1-2, you're out. That's it, you literally get dropped. Doesn't matter, you could go 5-1-2, that's not in. Only one loss, right? Day one of Worlds, you can go 5-1-2. You ain't in. Right? Because your 2 ties are losses, basically. Which, you know, if I'm being 100% honest, Gardevoir is the kind of deck that goes 5-1-2. Lost Box is the kind of deck that goes 5-1-2. Yep. Those are the kind of decks that 5-1-2 all day. No, you can't keep... I'm pretty sure they just drop you, right? They only drop the people with 18 points? Oh, okay. You can keep playing for no reason. Sure. I guess they don't actually drop you. Yeah. But I always drop when you have no chance of making day 2 anymore. It doesn't matter. You might as well drop. Yeah. No. You can continue playing. I'm misremembering. They drop you once you get 18 points. So if you go 6-0, they drop you and you're in, right? You don't play anymore. And it's so that you can't hand out free wins. Yes. But you can continue playing even if you're losing. But I always drop as soon as I'm out, because it's like, you're not going to place. You can't even place. You can't even be like, I finished in the top 64 or top 32. It's impossible. So like, you're just playing to play, I guess. But there's always stuff I'd rather do. I'm in Japan, right? I'm going to go. Let's go do stuff. Get me out of here. So yeah, you got a lot of big name players are kind of calling out the 50-minute best of 3 system right now. I've also had some very thoughtful discussions, and also some I've done a little bit of, how do you say SH posting without saying SH posting? You know what I'm saying. I've done a little bit of SH posting. Done a little bit of ish posting. There you go. Yeah, I've done a little bit of dookie posting. A little bit of memeing on the internet. All right. I posted 50-minute best of 3 is a very flawed system that encourages players to manipulate the clock in a way that is against the spirit of the game but impossible to enforce. I don't mind Tord's solution, but I'm saying 30-minute best of 1, no ties, like Japan, where the cards are designed, is optimal. And then, so, what if you brick? If you dead draw, you lose that round. You get ready for the next one. You don't have to go XO to make the second phase. You'll win some rounds because your opponent's poor luck. Who cares? And then me and Jake go back and forth a little bit. If you dead draw a game in a 12-round best of 1 tournament, that's a 12th of your games gone. If you dead draw a game in a 9-round best of 3 tournament, that's between 1/18th to 1/27th of your game gones. And an early concession almost guarantees you'll play 2 more games in the match. That's not true. I do disagree with that. An early concession does not mean squat. I scoop on game 2. I scoop on turn 2 all the time. I know. It does not mean squat. Dead drawing in a best of 1 should have an impact on deck building, so players will have to, if it goes to best of 1, then you just have to build your deck for a best of 1. Right now, players are building their deck more and more greedy because of the fact they're like, oh, well, it's a best of 3 format. All I have to do is draw well in 2 games, right? And then I said, scooping game 1 on turn 2 in best of 3 just means you'll have no chance of winning 2 more games if your opponent digs their heels in and plays the clock. That kind of thing should not be rewarded in Pokemon. All systems have downsides. We don't have infinite time. There are ways, even simple ones, to de-incentivize timer stalling without changing. I don't think that he's being a realistic person about this. I feel like, because he likes the idea of timer clock, of like chess clocks, and logistically that's just not happening, right? And then I do a little bit of ish posting. I say, okay, but have you considered how sick it would be to only have to play Pokemon for 30 minutes? Real point, though, okay? Real point. You know how good it would be for my mental health? 30-minute games, baby, let's go. Just cut straight to business. In my mind, now Jake says that he maintains he maintains that he wants to play more Pokemon when he goes to a regional. Therefore, he is against 30-minute best of one. But what if I said that 30-minute best of one is the purest form of Pokemon straight from the game developers in Japan? So 12 rounds of pure, unadulterated Pokemon TCG is better than whatever we have here. Checkmate. Because I want to play Pokemon in its purest form. Straight from Japan, exactly how they do it. There you go. Where you don't have to worry about playing the clock. That's unserious, unpure Pokemon. That is non-pure Pokemon TCG. And then he said, I've considered how awful that would be. I want to play Pokemon nonstop at a Pokemon Regional Championships. And I say, I play Pokemon nonstop for a living. I promise it's better to beat or get beaten and get up, move to the next than to deal with timer stalling for 50 minutes. And then Jake says, from my extensive experience playing best of one league challenges and cups, I'd so much rather deal with timer stalling than go best of one tournament. Best of one is another league of terrible. I say, the thing is, the League Challenge and League Cup argument is your best yet. However, you've forgotten that the Randies with superpowers only have those powers at locals and they evaporate in the regional hall. Which is so true. The Randies only have best of one superpowers at locals, okay? The superpowers don't translate to regionals. Come on now. Yeah, thank you. Count the money. Appreciate that. It's science. That's scientific right there. Yeah, that's just science. And I said I'll concede and say, okay, maybe the 50-minute 2 games, 1 point per win is the best system I've seen or heard. All right. Maybe. But 50-minute best of 3 is the worst of all the options. But there's a lot of heated discussion happening about this right now. Let's see, I think, yes, Natalie Miller, another big name in the Pokemon TCG, says, I would prefer best of one at this point. Tournaments are already stressful enough without having to constantly worry about the clock. In best of one, you can actually focus fully on the game and not have to constantly think about if you can afford to play the current game. That's it. That's it right there. That's exactly. And then Tord. I wouldn't mind that either. Sounds like the most laid-back tournament experience. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, time is a factor, JW, but is it the factor? They recently adjusted the rules of baseball, did they not? And it's a big thing happening right now. Right? But they had to shorten baseball. Pitch clocks. Yep. They had to shorten it for TV. Yeah, pitch clock's a game changer. Right. So yes, just because time is a factor, and time will continue to be a factor, time will continue to be a factor in the Pokemon TCG. You can't have the Pokemon TCG without time. However, we should definitely be critical and look at how much of a factor time is in the Pokemon TCG. Absolutely. Right? We should absolutely be looking at it critically. Time will always be a part, but the question is, should it be as influential as it is right now? So I'm cool with that so long as we have optional mulligans. I think that Pokemon wouldn't be terrible with a mulligan rehaul. I agree with that. What do we think? Let's do a little Polsky, shall we? We are pretty biased. Biased how? Optional mulligans affects the actual rules of the game, not tournament structure like timing. Yes, but TPCI has the power to influence creatures to change the mulligan rules. So it's possible. It's on the table. Think of mulligan rules as turn 1 rules. Also, historically, mulligan rules have changed in the Pokemon TCG. Historically. Because when the game was first created, mulligans were 2 cards per mulligan, and you had to take them. So they have changed. All I'm asking now is, should they be reworked? What's the problem with the current mulligan rule? Well, if you open a dead hand, then you just lose. So in Magic the Gathering, you have, what is it called, a London mulligan? And so you open a dead hand in Magic the Gathering, then you can choose to mulligan, except instead of your next hand is to 6, right? So like that's how they balance it, right? Because you can't just like mulligan infinitely. You can't just say like, I don't like this hand, choose another one, choose another one, choose another one, right? Oh, you still draw 7, but then you have to put 1 back or something? Something like that? Yes, you have to put 1 back. Yes. They changed it in Magic a few years ago. I forgot about that. It used to be to 6, but then they changed it. Yes. But still, so like even those mulligan rules are changing, right? 1 back for each time you, yes. They reworked the Magic mulligan, yes. How would that work for Pokemon though? You need a basic in hand. So you could go 1 optional mulligan in Pokemon. I think that would be the best way to do it. You get 1 optional mulligan. I don't think the idea of mulliganing to less cards works in Pokemon. I think the best you can do is 1 optional mulligan. And I think that would be good. Apparently that's what they do in Digimon. I don't know anything about Digimon. But I like the idea of each player can have 1 optional mulligan. So if you open Luminian, you can mull and hope for something else. Yes. No prize penalty for an optional mulligan. No. An optional mulligan could net your opponent +1 card, though, to the hand, just like a mulligan does now, right? Like, you could say, all right, like right now, if you open a hand without a basic, then you reshuffle, draw a new hand, and your opponent gets +1 card at the beginning of the game. So I think that an optional mulligan would be really good in Pokemon. No, you don't get to pick the 7 cards you start with. No. What's the point of playing a card game? No, you don't get to choose your basic. No, what is this, the Horrible Idea Factory? Thank you, Third Universe, for that raid of 11. I appreciate that. Draw 13, choose 6 prizes is good. I don't like or agree with reworking the prize card mechanic as much as I agree with reworking the mulligan mechanic. I think just a friendly official mulligan, just new 7, keep it moving. That's kind of what I like. Yes. I think that the prize card mechanic is that's just how the Pokemon TCG works. And you have cards that interact with the prizes, and that's part of the game as well. Right? Reprint Town Map, baby. Let's go. Just give us Town Map back. That card's sick. They have printed good cards that interact with the prizes all the time. I mean, you got Gladion, you got... Peonia is my least favorite. Gladion and Town Map are both far superior to Peonia in my mind. I think that reprinting Town Map is just like an easy... It's so easy, right? Yeah, I don't like Peonia because it's still random. You're like, all right, I need to get this card. Whiffed it. Cool. Now I need to get a Peonia back. And I need to waste another turn doing this. Yeah, miserable, right? I think we had like a 70-30 matchup there for people who want the prize card mechanic to be reworked. Or not the prize card, the mulligan mechanic to be reworked. And I think it's possible. Especially if the game, if the Western game actually moves to a best of one, I think it's feasible that we rework the mulligan mechanic. But I think we just need to start getting these. I'm gonna say it. We just have to start getting these nerds used to the fact that they're not playing 50-minute best of 3 forever, okay? There we go. I said it. We got to start getting these nerds used to it because it's a flawed system and it ain't built to last. Not in the Pokemon TCG. It's not happening, all right? So it's got to change somehow. Public opinion has to shift. It's got to change somehow. 50-minute best of 3 is not working. And the thing is that a lot of us really like we're not trying to emulate Magic. We're not. Pokemon is not Magic. We are different games. Stinky says 50-minute best of 3 is working fine. Sure. But it could be better. And right now, it encourages cheating. That's the problem. 50-minute best of 3 encourages cheating, and you just had the best player in the game admit it. Right here. This is it. Towards Post is the nail in the coffin for anybody who is defending 50-minute best of 3. Towards Post, you have the best player in the Pokemon TCG flat out saying it. 50-minute best of 3 encourages cheating. Straight up. And is against the spirit of the game. Rule bending or whatever. But like, it's about the intent. It's against the spirit of the game, right? It's like, it's not good. It's not good. So like, that's the nail in the coffin. For me, this post was the only thing that needed to happen in order for a 50-minute best of 3 to really start to in order for the people that are against 50-minute best of 3 to really have a leg to stand on, Torch Post is like really just exactly what we needed to see. A top player who is the most accomplished player just straight up saying that it encourages unfair play, right? Yes, the rules incentivize playing against the spirit of the game. The revolution has begun. It has. So now we just got to get all the nerds on board with it, okay? The most accomplished, frankly, Tord is the best in the game at manipulating the clock. And before him, it was Jason Klaczynski. You have ever heard of them? You ever heard of either of those guys? I have. They're the best in the game at it. And also the best players in the game. Yes, Jason literally won a national title by playing the clock. But what you have here is you have Tord just straight up admitting that it's like against the spirit of the game to do it. But it's within the rules, so players do it. Exactly. So that's what you have Tord saying here, is like the rules, and I don't blame the top players who are doing it because it's within the rules. So what I'm saying is right now the rules incentivize you to figure out what is the slowest legal pace of play and to do that, right? But the rules should not have players asking themselves, what is the slowest legal pace of play? That question should not come up, because by having a rule system in place that makes players ask that question, you've got yourself a can of worms that is impossible to police. Players trying to go up and stand at the legal limit of slow play without going over the line. Exactly. Taking advantage of the rules to get a better chance of winning is not the fault of the player, it's the fault of the rules, which is why the rules need to be reworked, which is exactly why it's all coming to a head right now. Chess clocks will not work. It's not logistically feasible. Get that right on out of your head. It's not working. It's not working. Not going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's not feasible. You just need to change the rules so that they encourage players to finish the game in front of them, which is something that you need to do. It's not a logistical nightmare. All you have to do is the stroke of a pen. That's it. You're telling me you're asking tournament organizers to set up thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of equipment and then to police the usage of that equipment, or you're asking TPCI to write something different in a guideline? No! It's working for chess tournaments, but chess is not Pokemon. It's not. I'm just saying, do you really want to put this on Pokemon judges who are volunteers? The judges at Pokemon tournaments are volunteers, dude. You're going to put more logistical work on those volunteers? Absolutely not. They don't even get paid, dog. No, it's not happening. We don't even have judges being paid yet. Paid in packs, that's not paid, bro. Quit playing. They're giving promos and booster boxes, dude. Oh, yeah? So you're telling me you'd be okay if your boss paid you in just packs of Pokemon cards. That's it. You don't need any money. You're cool with that? So say like you could judge an entire weekend and get 3 booster boxes. That's cool. 3 booster boxes, 1 whole weekend. You good with that? It would cut out the middleman. You're saying you'll work like 20 hours. What set of the packs? Whatever the cheapest the tournament organizer has at their disposal. You're getting paid with the cheapest packs that the tournament organizer has. What if I tell you my body can digest cardboard? Those of you that are telling me that you would take payment in packs of Pokemon cards for your place of employment are outing yourselves as being completely unserious people right now. I'm getting data on every single chatter right now, and if you admit that you would work 20 hours for a couple of booster boxes, you are outing yourself as a completely unserious person. You're incredibly unserious. Yes, you wouldn't do it for work. So what I'm saying is that, yes, if it was your job though. So like, what I'm saying is that judging is volunteer work. It's work though, but it is volunteer work. They are not paid. And so it is not realistic logistically to put more on the table of the unpaid volunteers that are doing their best just to maintain game states. You know what I'm saying? It's unrealistic to then ask them to also manage chess clocks. It's not happening. Okay? Why don't we just focus on making sure all the judges are making the right rulings, okay? How about we just focus on that? Is that okay? Players manage the chess clock. You know what? Players manage the state of the game too, and that never goes wrong, does it? That never goes wrong. Does it? Tell you what, yeah. Players asked to manage the game state. Nothing ever happens there. I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen. That's awesome, Steve the Good. And yes, shout out to the judges. That work is hard. Judging is hard work. What I am advocating for is not putting more on their plate to micromanage. Right. Well, it's logistically, it's not realistic. It's not. What is realistic is that the Pokemon Company International does a little scribbly with a pen and changes the rules so that they don't incentivize slow play, right? That's more realistic. Something that could actually happen. Yeah, forget major events. How on earth can local leagues implement chess clocks? They're not. Here's the deal. They're not, right? No, but there's no way chess clocks are going out to... It's not happening. It's not happening. Right? It's not happening. You wander over to a table and player A and B have forgot to hit the clock for 3 turns. What do you do? Yes. Yes. Or you get into an argument that somebody like... Yeah. Sometimes I forget to take my prizes. Yes. I have opponents forget to draw their card all the time, and I have to remind them, did you draw for turn? Or some people try to draw their card before they promote their Pokemon, and I have to stop them and be like, do you remember to promote your Pokemon? Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. All the time. Constantly, actually. So. Chess clocks ain't happening. What makes more sense is for Pokemon Japan and the Pokemon Company International to become unified on how they run their tournaments. That makes more sense. And I think that it would make, and like, as we realize, the world is getting smaller and smaller. I mean, really, it makes less and less sense. It makes less and less sense to have things be so divided between the Pokemon Company Japan and the Pokemon Company International. And it makes more sense for us to start to unify how things are done. I know, we got silver borders, we're halfway there. So true. Why aren't they done the same? No reason. Cards like Escape Rope and Judge would cause problems with chess clock. You're so right. Actually, that is actually, that's the nail in the coffin for chess clocks right there, right? Escape Rope, things like that. Yeah, that's also disastrous. My opponent shuffle cutting my deck. Why would that cause problems? Because it's your opponent wasting your time. Shuffle cutting. It's just a disaster. It's not happening. It's not happening. Chess clock's not happening. It's not happening. Checking discard piles. Shuffle cutting. Sure, arguments, logistics, that's it. Okay. But the logistics, yes. And then are we really like, are we really like slapping the clock? Like if I'm going to shuffle cut my opponent, am I slapping the clock now? You know, is that really what's happening like every time? Like no, it's unrealistic. You know, and thank you Day and Night for that Prime sub in the 3 months. Thank you Zabio for the Prime sub. Thank you. The chess clock people need to stop because it's not happening. In an idealist world, maybe, but this ain't that, okay? It's not happening. And I also think that the 50-minute best of 3 has got to go. So we're saying it's got to go. No chess clocks. So what do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Lots of conversation happening on Twitter about this right now. Lots and lots and lots. So it's interesting. I mean, online is different. Sure, like online can be different, but the game is a paper game that exists in paper. It's not, the online game is, that to me is not the real Pokemon TCG. The real Pokemon TCG is what happens in paper on the tabletop. That is the true blue experience. So, yeah, chess clocks make sense for online. Everything's automated. Whatever. Sure. Tell that to standard Magic. Well, I think that that's also interesting because Magic the Gathering standard apparently is bigger on Arena now than it is in paper. But I think that the Pokemon Company is like, everybody wants to say like, oh, we're just going to do exactly what Magic does. No, we're not. I think that there's a lot of backlash to how Wizards of the Coast is handling Magic the Gathering right now. And that some players prefer it, but many players don't. So I think that Pokemon, yeah, thank you, Dunk. I think that Pokemon is a decidedly different experience than Magic the Gathering or anything like that. And also, our client is not very good. So, yeah. Also, our client kind of stinks. So, and it's not ever happening. All right. So just get over that. Yeah, we ain't Magic, as you can see by looking at our clients. We're different experiences. And there's a lot of Magic players who are coming to Pokemon, right? Because they prefer, there's something that's happening in Pokemon that they prefer. There are quite a few. I mean, in fact, how many people here in the chat were Magic players who now are into Pokemon? I mean, it's happening all the time. And you probably have some Pokemon players who are switching to Arena because they want a better digital client, right? So players that want a better digital TCG experience and have tons of disposable income, they might go Pokemon to Magic. But people who want a more robust paper experience and don't want to break the bank with every single set that comes out, you may go Magic to Pokemon. Right? Yeah. So it's happening right now, and that's okay. I think it would be a huge mistake for Pokemon to just try and be Magic, because we're not. And that's okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Pokemon's a unique experience that has a lot of benefits too. Every card game has its issues, right? And as longtime Pokemon fans, we're always going to, kick and scream about those. But every game has its issues, and people prefer, every game has its baggage, and some people prefer the Magic baggage, and some people prefer the Pokemon baggage, and some people prefer the Yu-Gi-Oh baggage. All right, but let's not pretend that every game doesn't have its baggage. All right, every game has its baggage. Is Pokemon cheaper than Magic? Yeah. It's not even close. I think Pokemon is like the cheapest major TCG out there. Well, I think they're coming out with a new commander set in Magic the Gathering, and booster boxes are like $300 to $500. booster boxes. Straight from the like straight from the source. Like not because of like you know, scalping or anything like that. Like that's just how much they cost. The booster boxes just cost $300 to $500. It's because it's a master set. Yes, so they do all this stuff. Yeah. It's a master set. Well, here's the insane thing that happens with Magic is that, like, okay, there's this thing called the reserve list, right? So, like, there's all these really old, famous Magic cards that collectors bought up, alpha cards, beta cards, old cards that are just worth a lot of money, right? And then one time Magic reprinted all of those cards with different borders, and then the prices of those cards plummeted, and then all the collectors got mad and angry, and were like, why'd you do that? You tanked the price of my collection. And then so they created this thing called the reserve list. And if I am incorrect on any of this, please correct me, because I'm not an expert. But I understand from a baseline, to give you kind of like the baseline understanding of it, is that like Wizards of the Coast has made this promise basically that they will not reprint cards on the reserve list, right? Which means, or that, you know, basically they take into consideration the collector's market for cards and then price those cards accordingly when they release them. And it's like, okay, this reprint set is going to have a lot of expensive cards in it, so we're going to charge you a lot of money to buy it. You know what I mean? Instead of reprinting the cards to make them more easily available and cheaper, they print the cards and charge a lot for them so that the price of them doesn't go down and that players don't get mad. But then players are mad because the cards cost so much. So it's like this, nobody wins, is what it seems like. Nobody wins, right? Because the argument is like, well, there's going to be expensive cards in this set, so it has to cost a lot. Like, okay, the example is this. Let's go look at Tropical Beach, right? Tropical Beach, English. All right. So, like, say Tropical Beach is selling for like $500, right? This is the example. Then let's go to, where's the sold listings? There we go. Okay, $500. Say the Pokemon Company International decided that they wanted to print a promo product that included Tropical Beach. Woohoo! Yeah! Let's go! I can finally get Tropical Beach! But then, say the Pokemon Company made that product cost $400. So not to make the collectors mad, right? Oh, man. Right? Because if they reprint Tropical Beach, the price of this card is going to go down, right? Unless the Pokemon Company charges $400 for it. And if the Pokemon Company charges $400 for a paper card, that is called printing money, my friends. That is just called printing money. So, Wizards of the Coast does this. They basically create these things called master sets, which have a bunch of expensive cards in them, and then they charge a ton for them, all in the name of not decreasing the value of the collector's cards, right? That was the collection thing. I mean, right. I mean, look at like the cards from Celebrations. Yes, they have a Pikachu on them, things like that. But like, it's just, I'm just explaining to you, this is like kind of an example of how it's going in Magic right now, right? That's just the kind of that's the example. Right? I'm not defending this practice. I'm not saying that this is how it ought to be. I really have no stake in it because I'm not a Magic the Gathering player. But what I'm trying to do is explain to you all that this is what's happening on the other side, right? That's what's happening in Magic right now. When you hear people getting upset, that's why. That's what's going on over there. Does it make sense? Not a whole lot. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There are reasons for why things are being done the way they are, but people are still really upset about it. So, yes. Pokemon is like very adamant about not acknowledging the value of the cards or the secondary market in any of their content or in any of their products, right? I think Pokemon, I mean, you could just tell the difference between TPCI and Wizards of the Coast in the way that they're managing their games, right? And a lot of people are fleeing from Magic and coming to Pokemon because they see that difference, right? It's TPCI feels decidedly less predatory than Wizards of the Coast. And I think that almost everybody agrees with that. It acknowledges the secondary market and that it's specifically printable. Well, you're acknowledging playable cards, but then, so like when I say they're not acknowledging the secondary market, what I'm saying is they're not allowing the cost of cards in the secondary market to inflate the cost of the products that they produce. Yes. Whereas Wizards of the Coast does do that, right? So it's like, yeah, so there's a big difference there. Pokemon has started taking some notes from Wizards of the Coast in concerning ways, in that, you know, I mean, like Wizards of the Coast does like secret lair drops, which if someone in the chat knows more about secret lairs than I do, go ahead. But like, it's basically an exclusive Wizards of the Coast produced product that you can only get directly from Wizards of the Coast and not from distributors and not from local game stores. Right? And TPCI has started doing Pokemon Center exclusive ETBs. Right? Which is not like necessarily the same thing, but also kind of. There are some sort of certified stores that can sell secret lairs. Okay, sure. I don't know. Full Grip Games is a Magic premium store. Does that mean that we can sell secret lairs? Right. So like the equivalent would be if the Pokemon Center exclusive ETBs had Pokemon Center exclusive cards in them, right? That would be the true equivalent. So I think it's fine if the Pokemon Center does like exclusive ETBs, which just have like what, more packs? That's fine, sure. But I guess the true equivalent would be if the yeah, that's awesome, Lewis. I'm glad that you're And that's what I'm noticing in the Discord, especially. There's a lot of people that say that they're from Magic the Gathering and they're really liking Gym Leader Challenge, the affordability of it, the vibe of it, the fact that it's kind of about fun and, you know, reminds a lot of people of early Commander. And that really makes me excited. They have stamped promo exclusives. All right, yeah. So they're I mean, it's like, so they're doing a little bit that. Do I think that the low price of competitive Pokemon decks is influenced by the collector's market? I work at a card shop, and it seems like people in the collector's market buy up an insane amount of packs to crack them and then try to get the chase rares. This leads to many more packs being opened. I absolutely think that has something to do with it. So what's really interesting is that Pokemon has a huge collecting scene, right? Yeah, Pokemon has a huge collecting scene. The bulk in Pokemon is worth something. The bulk in Magic the Gathering is worth nothing. And the reason for that is that Pokemon bulk, at the end of the day, has Pokemon on it. And the Pokemon IP is worth something culturally and financially. It is literally like, just because a card has a Pokemon on it, it's worth something. That's why your Pokemon bulk can actually be sold and traded for like cash. But Magic the Gathering bulk is basically worthless. So that inherently changes the landscape of the collecting and buy sell trade market completely. And, you know, a lot of times collectors in the Pokemon TCG are not looking for playable cards, whereas in Magic the Gathering, the most expensive cards and the most playable cards are more closely aligned than they are in Pokemon. In Pokemon, those two things aren't exactly always the same. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's like true. In Magic, it's not the characters that are necessarily driving the cards, unless you're talking about what, like Liliana and stuff like that. But in Pokemon, the character will very much drive the price of the card. You know, if you look at who's that full art lady who, like, you know, the full art supporter girl who gets the tool cards. Not Skyla, no. Thank you, Rev Rob, for the Prime sub in 8 months. Come on. It's a deep cut. I know you can do it. Not Irida. Gets the tool card. She gets the tool cards. Oh, come on. Licia. There we go. Thank you. This card. Man, I remember when this card was $5. Yeah, this card. Oh, she gets Prism cards. Whatever. All right, there's Prism tools, aren't there? No, there aren't. All right, I was tripping. But anyways, not tool cards, but whatever. Thank you, DTJ. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate you knowing exactly what I'm looking for, even if I'm not helping you get there. But yes, Licia, famously, you're so right. I could put it on PayPal credit. 12 months, no interest, bro. Full send it. Yeah. But Licia is not a good card, okay? It never was playable, really. I mean, not used in competitive decks. Very pricey for a Pokemon card, right? That is a pretty penny for a Pokemon card right there. Magic fans may look at a price tag like $200 to $300. I cannot believe this card. I used to have this card, and I traded it in because I was like, this card should be expensive. And then I was like, you know what? It's not as expensive as I thought it should be. And then I traded it or sold it probably for $20. But I remember pulling this card and being like, this card should be worth a lot. So mad. But yeah. Feels bad, man. But yes, the characters really drive the price of Pokemon cards, and that's the thing is that and that's because of the Pokemon IP, right? The Pokemon IP literally sells. Why is it worth more than good cards like Iono? Older, rarer, harder to get. Iono, standard card. Yeah. I think you look at cards like Full Art N from like Black and White. I can't believe that card isn't worth more. I can't believe this card's not worth more. It blows my mind. It's like 80 to, I mean, this is like a decade-old card. And it's like one of the best supporter cards ever printed. And it's like $80. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at the price discrepancy between N and Licia, right? I agree. I think this is probably one of the strongest full art support. I love this card. It's one of my favorite cards in my collection. But that's the thing is I'm saying like, Licia, unplayable, $300. And one of the best supporter cards of all time, $80. Right. It's true. The waifu tax is stronger than the husbando. Is it husbando? I don't know that I've ever actually said that word out loud. Husbando tax. Is it husbando or husbando? All right, well, now we can do a poll. Which is it? Husbando? Husbando? I need to know for the culture. Please help me. My boomer is showing? That's okay. It is what it is. This is a millennial safe space. I don't have to know all this stuff. So I ask. I ask you all because I trust you not to make fun of me. I trust you all to not make fun of me because I don't know how to say husbando. All right, people are saying it's husbando, but there's a decent amount of husbandos. So, there we go. That makes me feel better. At least it's a split decision. All right, see, now we're getting closer. You pronounce it husbando? It's a 50-60 split? That's not possible. All right, Nergame, we're going to have to talk about how fractions work. Yo, it's a 50-60 matchup. Yeah. Earth's oceans aren't 70-30. They are. We looked it up this morning. 80-30. They're 80-30. You're so right. It's Bondo. Husbando. I think husbando probably sounds more correct, but either way, me saying it out loud feels incorrect. Glimora EX. Stellar Wish says, to be honest, these other types of streams where you talk about cards and look at sites like eBay or PokeBeach are more fun than live streams. I agree. Which is why we're here, right? It's why we're all here. Don't talk about it. Just let it happen. I thought we were still in the intro. That's right. Tabletop versus myself. I've done that before. I have. This card seems cool. I like the design of it. This card is really neat. Dust Field is an ability that says as long as this Pokemon's in the active spot, your opponent can't have more than 3 bench Pokemon. If they have 4 or more bench Pokemon, they discard bench Pokemon until they have 3 Pokemon on the bench. If more than one effect changes the number of bench Pokemon allowed, use the smaller number. I know, too many words. Too many words for sure. Thank you, D Greens, for that sub in the 10 months. Thank you. In my opinion, they should stop being cowards and then just print Parallel City. Dang, that was a close matchup. 51% to 49%. Dang. I guess I was correct to not know how to pronounce it because neither does Chet. Reprint Parallel City. Just print Hexmaniac. Do you understand how problematic Hexmaniac would be in current standard format? If they brought back Hexmaniac and Parallel City, this game would be a mess. But it'd be sick. Imagine Arceus V-Star turn 2. I'll go get Hexmaniac. I'll go get Hexmaniac and double turbo energy. Pachow. Yeah, who needs Path to the Peak? Hex is even better. But I think that they know, the design team knows how broken those cards were. So there's a reason why Hexmaniac is banned. There's a reason why they're not printing Versus Seeker anymore. All right. What do you think? Do you think they'll ever reprint Versus Seeker? It's crazy because when Versus Seeker was first printed in like 2005, it wasn't even like very good. It just wasn't very good back then. Like, the ability to bring back supporters from the discard pile was kind of mid. They already printed a diluted version of it. That's the new way they reprint broken cards. I agree. What's the diluted version of it? Pelipper? Did Boss exist back then? No, it did not. It's probably why Versus Seeker... Versus Seeker was played as like a one-of. Oh, El Degas. True. No, Boss did not exist back in 2005. It did not exist. The best supporters that you could bring back in 2005 were like Admin and Mr. Briny. That was it. You could bring back Admin and like reuse that, which is basically N. Oh, Welcoming Lantern. You're so right. But that's the way the design philosophy has been. Make the Master Ball said, yesterday I learned your channel is named after a real card. It is. How many of you knew that? Be honest, don't lie. Do not lie. This poll only works if you're being honest. Don't worry, Tron Dragon. If you know, you know. If you have to ask, you didn't know. Does it count? Yes. If you found out from a previous stream? Yeah. Since when is the chat honest? This is a special space on the internet where everybody has good intentions and is honest. It's like a magical oasis on the internet. Normal internet rules do not apply in the Tricky Gym chats. Yes, this is the zone of truth. The zone of truth. It's the zone of truth. The truth zone. There's like a 95-10 split of... I like this meme now, where we talk about splits that don't add up to 100. Nice. And if you're watching on the VOD, you can let me know in the comments of the VOD. Did you know that Tricky Jim was named after a real card? What's hilarious about this card is really cool. Because, so was it my favorite card at one time, or did I think it had a nice ring to it? Also, the card itself is very cool, right? Because the concept of Team Rocket having their own gym is to my knowledge, it's not like, is that canon in the video games? Because I'm pretty sure it's like not, right? That Team Rocket has a gym. I mean, I guess Viridian City, right? But that gym has a name. Right? That is not this gym. Giovanni's gym is Viridian Gym. Yes, but that's not the Tricky Gym. That's Viridian Jim, whose gym leader is Giovanni, who is the leader of Team Rocket, right? So that's not this. So then, what is the Rocket Tricky Gym? All of the gyms are named after their cities. Then where is the Tricky City? Where exactly is the Tricky Gym? Right? There was an episode where Team Rocket posed as gym leaders to steal Pokemon. So, part of what kind of interested me about this card is that it's a Team Rocket's card, and I really like Team Rocket because Team Rocket is my favorite Pokemon TCG sets. If you've been watching the channel, then you know that the Team Rocket set is my favorite set of all time, and Rocket Returns is up there as well. Rocket's Returns cards are really hard to find and get, but it is also one of my favorite sets of all time. So I like Team Rocket a lot. I think that they're fun villains in the Pokemon world, right? And the Rocket's Tricky Gym is a gym that only exists in the Pokemon trading card game canon. It doesn't actually exist in the video game canon or in the anime canon, right? I'm pretty sure. So it's primarily a trading card game reference. And my YouTube channel is a trading card game channel, right? It's a trading card game channel. This card is a reference to a trading card game only Pokemon concept. Additionally, the name Tricky Gym, Tricky, can also kind of loosely refer to skateboarding tricks, things like that. And I love skateboarding. And skateboarding is a big part of my life. And I thought that the name was very fitting and fun. So, I can Impossible, yes. And SSX Tricky, the best game of all time. I love SSX Tricky, yes. My favorite trick on the mini, I can't do a ton, but 5-0, like 5-0 grinds. 50-50 grinds. Just doing grinds on the mini are my favorite to do. I never grew up with ramps. So I only started skating the mini ramp in my adulthood. But as a wee lad, I was a street skateboarder through and through. But yes, as I've gotten old, it's like now I'm teaching myself how to do the mini ramp because the stakes are far lower. Of course I can 360 flip. I 360 flip on stream all the time. But yeah, the stakes are far lower on the mini ramp. I have busted my skull on this mini ramp. Definitely. I street skate from time to time when I can. But my knees are really bad now. Like right now, my knee is injured and I pretty much can't do anything. But I love just like... I love just... like flat ground skating is just always my favorite. So like I love just keeping my bag of tricks and just working on my bag of tricks. Like I could go out into a parking lot and just have hours of fun. Just like working on my flat ground tricks. Yeah, if you saw my most recent YouTube video, then you saw a pretty nasty line in there. If you saw the tattoo video, bro. Finally completed artist, but I mean, look at this ho-oh. Tricky Jim butt warning. The detail in this thing is insane. It is just really colorful. It really pops. It's so much fun. I got the tattoo of the nose manual, shove.
I spent a lot of time loitering outside,
nollie big spin,
skateboarding, and buying
switch front foot impossible
as a kid. So these were
fakey big spin.
Okay?
Done.
And now I've got a tattoo to remember.
All right. Just saying, bro. I be shredding, dude. Be shredding. I've always liked flat ground. That's just my that's just my thing. I have my, let's see. What were we even talking about? Honestly, I don't remember. The Rockets Tricky Gym. So yeah, I like skateboarding tricks, Tricky Gym. It all makes sense. We were talking about Glamora. Dang, dude. When I was in high school, we made a skateboarding video. I can't like play it with the audio on because it'll kill the VOD. But like we did like a full feature length skateboarding video, me and my friends and I, and yo, that's me right there. Double flip down a gap. Okay, let's go. And then this is my part. Let's see. You guys want to see my skate part from when I was in high school? The Box Hizzle skateboarding video. It's got to be sound off though. It uses music. Yeah, I don't want to body the VOD. Yeah. I got a nice 360 flip, crossfoot landing, switch front foot impossible. Skirt! That's my buddy's belly button. Little nose manual push out. Okay, then we're rocking the 540, fakey 540 flip right here. Okay, boom. And then switch 180. Close it out. All right. Yeah, this is me. I was young, all right? I was working on a 720 flip there. I never really got that, but I was trying. All right, that's the intro. This was released in 2006, okay? So if you think the editing's cheesy, you got to take your mind back to 2006, okay? 2006. I edited this when I was in high school, bro. This is the line you guys just saw. Yeah, and this camera was filmed on, I mean, it was filmed on a little hand cam that I had. I had to used to rip this off with like tapes and stuff. Let's pop shove it down a little 3. Nollie 360 shove down a 3. Okay. Little nollie varial heel action here. Yeah. Nollie big spin off picnic table. Little switch 180. Nollie laser flip right there. Cranking them out. Little nose manual. Yeah. Little switch 180 down a double set. Little pop shove it manual. Back 180 out. Little fakey 3 off the loading dock. Little nose manual, 360 shove out. Let's go, baby. It's a little nose manual, push, switch manual. It's a little nollie 360 shove it, and then I start scraping, but whatever, we put it in there. That's a double heel flip off the loading dock, filmed at like 2 a.m. Little tray flip manual. Little tray double flip off the loading dock. Triple flip off the loading dock. Little ollie off a thing. Nollie 540 shove off the loading dock. Nollie laser off the loading dock. Nollie back foot impossible off the loading dock. Little ollie over 5 decks. Little fakey triple flip. Triple varial flip. Triple backside flip. Triple flip, landed cross-footed. Crispy. Quadruple kick flip, baby. Quad flip off the loading dock. Little nollie back foot impossible. Nose manual, shove manual. And then there I try that's the closest I ever got to the 720 flip. Right there. I almost had, I mean, it kind of counts, but it's ugly. There we go. Boom. That was a skinny Mahone. You're dang right it was. But that's, I mean, I was like raised on Rodney Mullen. I just loved doing flip tricks. That was my jam. Yeah, I was like a flat ground skater through and through. I just had a deep bag of tricks, and I used to just, yeah. And Rodney Mullen was my hero. I didn't have a lot to skate around me where I grew up, so I just skated parking lots and tennis courts. I mean, exactly what you saw. That's the kind of stuff I used to skate. But I skated a lot of loading docks. Dude, skaters be skating loading docks, okay? I mean, if you, high school skaters, if there's a loading dock, we're there. we be skating loading docks, bro. Yeah. Yeah, we be skating loading docks. They leave you alone, right? They do. So, yeah, I can skate. And I just like to do what I need to do. I injured my knee running. The reason I was like really skinny in those videos because I was a runner. So, I mean, I used to run 50 miles a week and skate. I mean, so you can imagine imagine what my knees feel like now, because I used to run 50 miles a week and I used to skateboard every single day. Yeah. So, like, my knees are, and then I had a college running career as well. So my knees basically don't exist anymore. I mean, they're just bodied, right? So I try to stay in shape by running and kind of skating sometimes when I can, but like, my God, my knees are disastrous. Is this why we don't kickflip in the morning anymore? I can't. I just got to set up the camera. Usually it's out of laziness. My knee kind of hurts right now, but I could probably bust out a kickflip. I don't know. My knees hurt right now though, because my IT band is flaring up. My dad has both his knees replaced and a hip, and I don't really want to be there, frankly, because he played soccer his whole life. both knees replaced, and a hip. I tore my meniscus once as well. Blunt-to-fake. I'm working on blunt-to-fakies. I'm having a really hard time with blunt-to-fakies on the mini. So I can get up into blunt stall, but I'm having a hard time popping out. So if anybody in the chat knows what's the secret to popping out, I can lock into blunt easy. But popping out, I'm having a hard time. I gotta get good. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. It is just a skill diff. I just got to get good, dude. Well, if I learn blunt to fakies on the mini, I'll show you guys. But I'm still working on that right now. But to be honest, there's no AC in here. So skating in this room right now is a disaster. I pretty much can't do it. There's no AC in this room, and it's like 90 degrees outside. So I have to wait until winter again. We're getting AC put in eventually, but it's not there right now. Once the AC's in, it's gonna be great. I know getting good is like a solution to a lot of issues, honestly. The air circulator is running right now. It turns out pushing hot air around in a circle doesn't actually cool you off, really. It is definitely better than my old studio. Yes. So what do you guys think about this card? Glamora EX. What do you think? I'm not in a building with no AC. I'm in a room with no AC because this studio was created to be a separate unit from the main room, and then AC was not funneled into it, right? The studio was created for me. AC was an afterthought. Now we need the ACs. It'll be annoying but bad. I think there's a couple things that... Yeah. I feel like fighting type Pokemon are just not in a good spot right now. Right? Just like, even though grass is the best weakness to have in the Pokemon TCG because grass cards just stink right now. Yo, what's up, Cash? Thank you for the raid. Hopefully you're doing well, Cash. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Escape rope into this is better than Avery. Yeah? Well, the problem is that a lot of the best cards in the game resist fighting right now. Like Mew VMAX. Like, this thing is tickling a Mew VMAX. 110 damage to a Mew. Lugia resist fighting. You don't attack with this? All right, well, I'm talking about it as an attacker first. You know, thinking about the idea of a Glamora deck. I think it kind of... I don't think it has the power level to exist as a Glamora deck. Kind of like Ting Lu. It's like Ting Lu, just the power level's not really there. What's up, Seymour? The 31 months, thank you. Yeah, so you can't really use this as an attacking deck itself, I don't think. You see it more as a tool to be used than an attacker. So then how would this be used? In like an Arceus deck just to promote an escape rope out of? But the problem is that, like, it's got a fat retreat cost of 3. I think this card would be nuts if Floatstone existed. Like, yeah. Maybe in decks that can already afford to play a bunch of switches. Yeah, Sudowoodo was good, but 1 prize and could work on the bench. Well, the difference between this and Sudowoodo, right now you're talking about Sudowoodo, the Sudowoodo. I don't know how to spell Sudowoodo. All right. Roadblock Sudowoodo, right? This card existed at a time when many expanded decks were playing Skyfield. So, dang it, bro. Killing me, dog. Many expanded decks were playing this. Many such cases of Skyfield and expanded decks. So Sudowoodo being basically a single prize basic that you could just slap onto the bench to stop your opponent from popping off with Skyfield, that was good. Yeah, that was real good. Now, Sudowoodo also helped to stop your opponent from being able to just, you know, play down Shaman EX, Dedenne GX, Crobat V, stuff like that. So it helps with that. But that's an expanded. That's a very different. It's a very different kind of deal than what we're dealing with in standard right now. This is not a basic Pokemon that you can just slap onto your bench and decrease it. Like, if you think about a format with Skyfield, Sudowoodo decreases the amount of Pokemon that your opponent can have in play by half. If you are considering the maximum amount of bench space as 8 with Skyfield. So when you start thinking about Sudowoodo that way, Sudowoodo's kind of broken. Since in expanded format, you can have 8 bench spots, Sudowoodo halves that. This card doesn't quite half the bench, but it is very good. It's as good as it gets, really. For a 5-card bench, limiting it to 3, that is the best bench limitation that they have ever printed in the Pokemon TCG, is a bench limit to 3. It is the strongest bench limitation they have ever printed. Really, Parallel City, it's as good as it gets. However, it has to be in the active spot. It's a stage 1. It gives up 2 prizes. Its attack is pretty bad. It has a retreat cost of 3. So, yeah, you know, I mean, it's like, there's pretty much nothing going for it. Cyrus Prism. All right, sure. Cyrus Prism Star, I guess. I forgot about Cyrus Prism Star. Okay. Good call out. Good call, though. Good shout. Good shout. Cyrus Prism Star. Sure. Very limited on how you can play it. If they ever reprint Strong Energy, yeah. I mean, if you could put Strong Energy on this sucker, have it do 180 damage. But the difference between a card like this and Parallel and Cyrus is a one-time effect, like Avery. Whereas this is like a perma effect, right? And this is a semi-perma effect. This is like a permanent effect because it's just on the bench and it stays there unless your opponent plays Hex. It's staying. But Hex is banned and expanded now. This is semi-permanent because it only lasts as long as it's in the active, but your opponent can push it out of the active and then free up their bench. So really, yeah, it seems kind of mid. And there's just a lot of really strong decks that have fighting resistances right now. You know? Co19 likes asking the question, is it good when Vs rotate? I know. That can't happen soon enough. Honestly, they could rotate every Sword and Shield set out of the game tomorrow, and I would be so happy. I have no desire to continue playing with Pokemon V. Now that Pokemon EX exist in the game, I'm cool on Pokemon V. They can all kick rocks. I ain't gonna miss any of them. In my mind, the Sun and Moon, the end of Sun and Moon with Tag Team GXs through the entirety of Sword and Shield were the worst designed Pokemon TCG sets in the history of the game. In my mind. Yeah. But it's cool. They did it. It was a thing. Sword and Shield was still better than VMAX's. But then they, you know, Sword and Shield or V-Stars was still better than VMAX's. But then V-Stars were also just, they had to make V-Stars like mind-bendingly broken in order to keep up with VMAX's. Yeah, just, you know, Lugia and Arceus and Palkia were just all just absolutely mind-bogglingly strong cards, right? And it's all a ripple effect from tag teams, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're starting to finally get back into some really cool deck building now. But like, even if you go, let's see, say like 2017, 2018. What was doing good there, Stefan? Yeah, I mean, these decks were all really interesting. I mean, Zoroark was obviously very strong, but the decks were complex and like Zoroark was probably way too strong. But like, this in my mind, I mean, yeah, I talk about this all the time, but this in my mind was like the last great Pokemon TCG standard format was 2017. 2018 was okay, but 2017 was like the last great Pokemon TCG standard format. Really was just a real pleasure to play. Is this the one? Oh, that's that one. Where's the one that when Jimmy won with like Gardevoir? Oh, that's the next year. Yeah, it is 2018. I was thinking about that. Jimmy won with like Gardevoir featuring Swampert. That was so cool. Riley Hulbert, expanded regional champ right there. Dang, bro, look at that. Night March, Volcanion, Darkrai, Garbodor. That's sick. This is cool. Yeah, those were some good times. Good times. Good stuff. Breaks were cool. The tag team, yeah, JW and Riley both have expanded regional wins. Yep. That's right. This is Volcanion. No, that's Buzzrock. Buzzrock and I mean, that's what I'm saying. 2017 was the last great year because then you had like Buzzrock and Zoroark were like really, really dominant in 2018. As you started to get into like 2018, it was just Buzzrock, Zoroark, Buzzrock, Zoroark. And then tag teams came in. Right. And then tag teams kind of washed everything out. Then VMAXs washed everything out. But 2017 was really interesting. You had like a lot of different kinds of decks and strategies that were able to succeed. And it was really fun to play. I mean, just like, I was really motivated. Like I talk to my friends about this all the time. I was really motivated to test in 2017. Right? Like this NAIC right here. I was really motivated to test. There were a lot of different decks. The matchups were really interesting. I felt like I could outmaneuver my opponents like really well in a game. I did most of my testing IRL, yes, at this time. But now it's like testing for Worlds. I'm like, cool. What am I going to like grind games with Arceus Umbreon? Like, I think I'm good, bro. Like, just not really motivated. Not really feeling that. You know, I've talked about my favorite deck right now is Gardevoir, but it's like not actually realistic to be able to play Gardevoir day one of Worlds. I feel like it's irresponsible because of the way that the structure is, where your ties are basically losses. Because day one of Worlds, you have to get 18 match points to move on to day two. So you have to go 6-2. If you go 5-1-2, you don't make it, right? So basically your ties are losses. Unless you get 3. If you go 5-0-3, then you make it. But that's the only tie record that can make it, is 5-0-3. So you have to assume that your ties are losses. So like I'd love to play Gardevoir because I feel like Gardevoir gives me a little bit of that itch that like I can kind of just outplay my opponent. I have comeback potential. You know, I can route the game really well and kind of maneuver myself into advantageous positions, but the way that the tournament structure is, it just doesn't really work for that. And then you also have to compete with decks that are just like really, really just stupid powerful, like Arceus, V-Star, and Lugia. And it honestly makes me not want to play those decks because, yes, I just described Lost Box as well. 100%. Yes. CMT, you're spitting. That's what I'm saying. My realistic day one plays for Worlds. Realistic. Yo, that's sick, Big Diesel. I got the inspiration for my Zoroark deck from Danny Altavilla, who won, I think, a regional or a special event leading up to NAIC with this deck. My big contribution to the deck was this. 4-choice ban, baby. Nobody was doing that. That was me. The 4-choice ban and the optimal rainbow energy. Nobody played rainbow either, but you should definitely play one rainbow energy because you can special charge it back into the deck. And also it gives you another way to power up Drampa GX. But yeah, the 4-choice ban was insane. I was hitting huge numbers all weekend, and nobody expects the 4th choice ban. That's sick. Danny messaged Matt about it. Yeah. I would love to replay this top 8. I feel like I mean, me and Sam's match literally came down to the final card. Like, that could have gone either way. So, and I think that that was one of the toughest losses that I've ever had. I mean, it was just literally down to the final card. End of, just end of 1. And I almost had it in game 3. I think I could have beat most of these decks except for the Decidueye decks. I feel like the Decidueye decks, those are the decks that I'm not supposed to be, and frankly, Greninja. So, like, this isn't the smoothest top 8 for me because I probably don't beat Greninja. I probably don't beat the Decidueye decks, though I did beat Zach Lesage with a Decidueye deck in Swiss day 2. No, in day 1. The last round of day 1 Swiss, I beat Zach Lesage playing a Decidueye deck. So, I was 101 against Decidueye on the whole tournament, but that matchup was not very good. I know. It's cool. Yeah, we'll just replay it on PTCGO. Be great. I would have played against Tord in top 4. I know, right? I feel like I can beat these Trampa decks, though. I can. Those are fine matchups for me. And me and Sam's match came down to the wire. I mean, it was the tail end of like an extremely long and arduous weekend, and it just that was a really a nail biter for sure. You think TCG Live will have True Expanded one day? That's nice. Copium's like really good. It's good for the heart, It's good for the soul. Yeah, that match is streamed. We'll see. Yep. Right here. I think this Charizard card looks sick. This is cool. I mean, what are like Crystal Terra Pokemon supposed to look like? The crown is weird? Of course it is. It's Pokemon wearing a hat. It's really busy. That's okay. Do I like it more than the short neck boy? They're different. They're different cards. Yeah, I think it's by far the best Terra up until this point. I was watching... Let's see. I've been watching this guy on YouTube. This guy. Any of you guys ever seen this guy's videos? His video's been getting... I started watching some of his... I've seen 1.5 of his videos, but I don't watch a lot of content. So that for me, that's a lot. I got halfway through this. Jirium Red. But he's like a huge Pokemon fan, but also a hater. Which is something that yeah, he's a big Pokemon fan, huge Pokemon fan, also a Pokemon hater, and like critiques Pokemon's practices, right? Which is like, just like me for real. Yeah. Which is like right up my alley, right? Yeah, right up my alley. So then This video is really interesting. I'm not gonna play it, but you should go watch it. Jirium Red, right? It's really interesting because he basically goes on to like Japanese, like Indeed or like a website where people leave job review. Basically, they work jobs and then they give a review of their experience working there. It's like Glassdoor, exactly. It's like Glassdoor, but in Japan, right? So then people leave reviews of what it was like to work at Game Freak, right? And it's like really interesting. See, the number of employees is still small compared to the scale of the title we are mainly developing, and the development schedule is short. It was a difficult workplace overall to secure private time. After that, if you get a position, you won't be paid overtime due to discretionary labor system, right? So it's like, this is just literally employees at Game Freak, right? Just being like, yeah, dude, the crunch is insane. The expectations are through the roof. Right? And you can tell that by looking at the games, but it's something else to be able to see it in writing. Like, you can tell that, but to see it in writing from the employees that, like, we were crunched, we were overworked, there's not nearly enough people working on these titles, right? And basically, like, as he goes through reviewing, like, reading people's reviews, Game Freak's like evaluation on this is 2.9 as a workplace, which is like way smaller. It's a bad review compared to every other like video game job in Japan, right? Most of all of the other video game workplaces are like in the 3s and 4s, right? But Pokemon's is like sub 3-star rating, which is insane. So definitely recommend that if you want. If you're feeling like a hater and want some hater fuel, definitely recommend Jirium Red. Like I said, I've only seen a couple of his videos, but the two that I've clicked on, I've been like, dang, bro, he a hater just like me for real. This is yes. So that's pretty funny. Oh, Attack Llama. I mean, I 100% get that, but then whose fault is that? Like, you know what I mean? Whose fault is that? That's an organizational issue. It's an organizational issue that led to, TCG Live being what it is. Which seems to be, and even if you go through to like, to Game Freak and stuff like that, you're like, dang, this seems like how it's so big. Pokemon's so big, but then big doesn't always mean more well organized, right? So then you start to see like the cracks in the foundation. Big doesn't always mean better, but we're all Pokemon fans, so we're going to cheer for Pokemon. We're going to cheer for the Pokemon Company. We want them to we want them to succeed more than anybody. But like, we also have to hold them accountable because looking at the products that have been coming out, and that's why I say over and over again, the Pokemon cards themselves are the most successful thing to come out of the Pokemon franchise for the last 20 years. They are. It's like when your favorite team has a losing season. Exactly. Exactly. We're still here cheering for them, but we're going to yell We're going to yell, and we're definitely going to blame some of the coaches. And we're probably going to blame the owner. And, you know, yeah. The anime, I mean, I don't know, maybe, but in my opinion, the trading card game is the most successful branch of the Pokemon, like, brand. It's incredibly successful and has been for a while now. There was a little bit of like a turbulent time. No, the trading card game is probably the most profitable. The most profitable thing that the Pokemon Company does is merchandising by far. But then, like, you know, taking an anime, card game, video game, the card game is probably the most profitable out of all of those. The TCG is not profitable? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Trading card game is literally printing cash. What? $5 for 10 pieces of cardboard. Yeah, dude, what? Yeah, that's cap for sure. Trading card games. Everybody, if trading card games aren't profitable, why does everybody want their own? Like Disney's literally trying to get into Lorcana right now. Why? Because it's just a cash cow. There's so much money there. Please. Disney says, please, I want just the tiniest bit of that cash cow, please. Yeah. Yeah, cards are just printing money. That's why everybody wants one. Everybody tries to make their own trading card game because it's just like a money-making machine. If you can get collectors to care about the cardboard that you print, then you have done it. You have figured it out. If you can get collectors to care deeply, yes, to care deeply and buy the funny pictures that you print onto cardboard, you have made it. Everybody wants their own trading card game for that reason. It's literally printing money. In fact, TPCI's like entire business model comes from printing cards. That's literally like TPCI. How do you think that TPCI makes money? Where do you think that the money comes from for the Pokemon Company International? Here's a hint. They don't develop the video game. So what do? They print cards, baby. They print cards. That's what TPCI does. They print cards for the whole world, actually. It's how TPCI makes money. And then also, I would say, when I'm talking about success, money doesn't just mean success. When I say the most successful, I mean the trading card game is the strongest arm of the Pokemon franchise right now. Right? Like their merchandising game, sure, that's great. But like the video game has come under a lot of fire lately, right? because of the video game's quality control issues. But the trading card game is arguably at like the best production value that it's been at in like ever. Right? And yes, when you look at like, I mean, so for TPCI doesn't make any money off the video games because they don't make the video game, right? They don't produce movies, so they don't get that. So TPCI's entire income is from printing cards. Pretty much. I mean, surely they have some other stuff that they do, but the lion's share of TPCI's income is from printing cards. That's how that entire company exists. Printing cards, translating them for the rest of the world, and shipping them out. Right? And they make enough money to pay for all of their staff, and they make enough money to produce all of these insane high-quality events. They have enough. This is all just with the leftover. They use the tournament productions as like as promotional tools. The tournament productions don't make them any money. They lose a lot of money on those. So yes, organized play is like an advertising arm, but the printing of cards makes them a ton of money. So much so that they can afford to do like high-level esports productions. No, OP loses money. Yes. Everybody knows that. Organized play is just an ad. Yeah. Well, and also, I think it's very clear that TPCI thinks that organized play is very important for the health and future of the game. And that's something that I really love and like admire about the Pokemon Company International is that they could just print the cards and laugh all the way to the bank. They could, right? But they don't. They print the cards and then they also invest a lot of money and resources into the game itself, right? Which is like really cool. Because they don't have to do that to make money. In fact, doing that loses them money. Think about how much do you think that each of these national championships, regional championship, how much do you think a regional championship costs to produce? How much? Did anybody at NAIC see all of that insane production? The cranes, all of that? You know, how much do you think these things cost to produce? The stages, the camera angles. You guys are tripping if you think it's happening for 100K. You're absolutely tripping if you think this is happening for 100K. You ever actually been to the event, look around at the equipment? First of all, look around at all the equipment, okay? And then also think about everybody behind the equipment and how much they are getting paid. So then you got to think about like what it costs for all of the people who are working the event. Then all the equipment for the event. Then all the prizing for the event. Yeah, look around at the branding banners and sets and talking about what it costs just to ship them. Yes. I think it's fair to say that each event costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's fair. Say you're going at like a modest estimate of hundreds of thousands of dollars, say $400K. That's so modest, right? For what these, like, say, that's like a low ball, right? The entry fees go to the tournament organizers. TPCI is putting on the production. So say, like, how many events were there this year? Okay. Stream that. 1, 2, 3. Did they stream Malmo? They stream these? No, right? Did they produce these? Yes, casters get paid. Yes, they do. Of course they do. It's a job. I don't think they do. 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. They definitely streamed. No, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Say there's like a dozen events. I think there's more, but say there's like a dozen, 14 events, something like that. You're talking about like somewhere in the ballpark of $7 million, probably. And that's just like based on some like quick maths, right? But to try and get you in the ballpark of what we're talking about, say there's a dozen, say they all cost $500,000, $7 million or $6 million, right? Just to produce the events. And that's not money they're getting back. And it's not. And they are actively increasing the quality of the events. If you have been following the Pokemon Company International's production value of these events over the course of the last 8 years, right? I mean, look at come on, Fort Wayne 2016. In 2016, this was a regional championship finals that awarded $5,000 to the winner and $2,500 to second place, right? done on a fan, a fan-made stream. Yep, this was it. They had, Kamini do it. Yeah, just a random Twitch streamer. And she did a great job, but that's how it used to be. This was Natalie's regional final in 2018, where the casters repeatedly misnamed her. Forgot her name in the middle of the finals. The finals of a regional championship. $7,500 on the line. Yep. Embarrassing. So, the Pokemon Company International really, they nixed all of the fan streams. Yes. Yeah, Natalie's a regional finalist. Yeah, our testing group is pretty good. Yeah, our testing group is pretty nuts. Riley's a regional champion. I'm a regional champion. Natalie's a regional finalist. JW's a 2-time regional champion. Zeely has finished in the top 8 of a regional championship. Andrew Dankus has finished in the top 8 of a regional championship. Otto, back when he used to play, had finished in the top 8 of a regional championship. We're still waiting on Jesse. He'll get there. Trust. Will Mantho, he doesn't really play anymore, but regional finalist. Gotta believe Jesse will get there, bro. We adopted Jesse into the group like last year. So this season, this current season is the first season where Jesse was like full on a part of the testing group. Thank you, Trippy Twitches, for the sub and the 17 months. But yes, Jesse, we believe Jesse. We believe he'll get there. Absolutely. Trust, bro. Trust. He keeps making day 2. Just got to have that spike, you know? And I know he can do it. Definitely. But they nixed all of the like the fan streams basically, and TPCI started producing all of their own regionals, all of the nationals, everything. They started producing everything, which is one of the best decisions I think that they could have possibly made, because frankly, the fan streams don't do the game justice really. I mean, they were great for what they were, but TPCI's productions are immaculate, right? I mean, they're incredible, really. Thank you, Just Drew. So yeah, you know, TPCI took over all of the productions, and now but think about how much of an investment that is. You know, you're going from spending nothing on not nothing, but like a very small amount of money on, you know, basically you're producing nationals and worlds and then kind of maybe a regional here and there. Well, Zane Fried, they're working on that. They are. Look at how much content TPCI produces for the events now. They produce an insane amount of content. They have the floor interviewer going around, interviewing different people. Chip was doing a lot of that. Also, you guys have caught like the recap thing that they do. All of this extra stuff that they produce, right? All of the extra, like the interviews, all of that, the recap, that all costs money to produce, like a lot of it, you know. Yeah, so TPCI has been killing it. Spam the Messi to root for Jesse. Yes, the production value on these is very high. It's nothing short of impressive. So, TPCI has been doing a great job about that, and I think it's really important to applaud them for how much, because that is just something that they're doing. Think of that as like a love letter to the community, right? Like they're just investing back into the game. They're just investing back into the community. They're investing back into the scene so that when you do well at an event, right, you have something to be proud of now, right? Imagine that you make it to the final of a regional championship and this is what you have to show for it, and the commentators constantly forget your name. It's embarrassing, right? That's like, you know, I mean, this isn't something to show people. But now, if you make it to the finals of a regional championship now, you've got something to show people, right? Like, you've got something really special to show people now, right? I mean, it's nothing short of a spectacle. It's incredible. The production that TPCI dumps into this is amazing. And they don't have to. This doesn't, like, look at this. It's incredible. Like, all the camera crews, think about all of that. Like, dude, it's nuts. And all of that TPCI does YRG, I met you in real life. We sat next to each other at NAIC. So I know you're a real person. So why do you ask unreal questions? Why do you ask me questions like that? Can I do this for my streams? Why do you do this to me? I know you know better, right? You're asking me if I can spend $500,000 on a production? I know you like to troll my chats. It's messed up. I appreciate that, Luna. Thank you. But look at all this. Like, now you do well in an event, you have something really special to be proud of, and you should, right? You have something, this lasts forever, right? As long as the internet's alive. It's for comic relief. I appreciate that. I got to start thinking of it as comic relief then. But this is important. This doesn't directly earn TPCI any money, right? It's advertising. But then even like the Play Pokemon program, it's advertising for what? The Play Pokemon program doesn't necessarily earn them any money. But it's very clear that whoever's in charge at TPCI really believes in this, and that a lot of people within TPCI really believe in this. And I am 100% on board with it. I mean, it's amazing. It is. It's amazing everything that they do. It keeps me drinking the Kool-Aid. There you go. Well, that's the thing, is that they're doing this, like I said, all right, $500,000 in production, right? Say Nats was $1 million in production, $500,000, whatever. Nats is probably a lot, okay? It's a lot. It's a lot. Say it's $1 million. You know, and we're talking like $1 million production. That's probably getting, what, a few thousand concurrent viewers across Twitch and YouTube? Well, we probably peaked out at like, what, something like between 10 and 20,000 viewers. I'd have to imagine. They're doing it for the love of the game. That's it. It's for the love of the game. It's for the love of the sport. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. Because God knows they are not making that money back. They are not. Not penny for penny, not dollar for dollar. Absolutely not. But they believe in the game. They believe in the goodness of the game, and they're doing it. Right? They believe that it's good long term. VGC gets more viewership than the TCG. Yes, more viewership, less competitors, yes. Well, like, do you guys want to know something funny? I mean, if you really want to look at it, y'all know the Top Cut, Kalpuka Sukovic's YouTube channel. Legendary YouTube channel for Pokemon TCG lore heads out there. Basically, Kalpuka Sukovic walked so that, you know, me and Lil Dark Fury could run. Basically. Thank you, Wheats, for that Prime sub in the 16 months. Kalpuka Sukovic is our predecessor. He's the OG. He's the one. He's the one, the original Pokemon TCG content creator. Yes, Puka, we owe a lot to Kal Sukovic and Jay Witz. Yes. We owe a lot to Kal Puka Sukovic. We do. Absolutely. You want to know something crazy? You know all that How much do you think goes into the World Championship tournament production now? How much money do you think that Pokemon Company puts into that? We said maybe a regional is $500,000. How much do you think goes into Worlds? At least $1 million or $2 million? $2012. The Pokemon Company allows Kyle Puka Sukovic, a content creator on YouTube, to stream and produce games at the World Championships. That's the equivalent of TPCI inviting me to do it. It'd be literally be, or not inviting. I think Puka requested and they were like, okay. I don't think he could film all of it, but was able to do like certain matches and then did like interviews, right? Basically interviewed top players and things like that. Like when there was no World stream, Kyle streamed Worlds before there was a World stream. He was out there on the floor interviewing players, producing streamed matches so that the world could see the game played at the highest level. That's 2012. That's not that long ago. Okay? That's not. Now, some of you may only be 10 years old, but that's not that long ago. $11 years ago, whatever. That's not that long ago. I remember what I was doing in 2012. So, looking at how far the Pokemon Company International has come with their productions since this, when basically you had fans creating content, right? Doing the hard work, getting out there, and doing the best they could. And then, and TPCI has taken that and run with it. It is, Brandon. It's weird. I know, it's crazy, right? Because it was brand new. And that's the really fascinating thing about my regional championship win, is that it was the first regional championship produced by the Pokemon Company International. So, like in 2015, the first regional championship produced by the Pokemon Company International, which is big. I mean, that's crazy, right? So, like, JW used to always get mad because he said that I won, you know, he had won a regional championship before I did, but then he always used to tell me that I won the right regional championship because it was the first one that was produced by TPCI. So the production value of the regional championship that I won was like up here, and JW's, you know, might have happened in a closet somewhere, and, you know, there's no actual physical evidence of it. And then even the second regional championship that JW won was not an official stream. The regional championship that Riley won was not an official stream. So, then is he really a champion? That's the question. That's the question. JR's out here asking the hard questions. Yeah, thank you, Peter Platinum, for the Prime sub in the 2 months. Thank you. But yeah, it's TPCI has been doing a really incredible job with the production value lately. I mean, it's something that you can really take home and be proud of. And it's incredible. But they don't make that money back, right? I mean, it's like, that's like an investment that they're making into the, they're literally just investing into the culture. It's like you're investing into the culture, which is awesome. It's like the dream, right? It feels like as players, we really have the Pokemon Company International in our court, like trying to make the game the best, most affordable, fun, and playable game possible. Now, me and TPCI don't agree on absolutely everything, but I do definitely love and respect them as an entity, and am very proud of what they've done for the game in the last decade, for sure. Yeah, this Charizard's nuts, though. Ben Moore says, man, I wish I could go to a regional with 200 players. Regionals had, well, if you look at like, I'm really bad at this. Say 2018, 2019, right? Wait, apply select. I was like, I'm not looking at, okay, here we go. Yep. 2019, you had 300, I guess that's in Chile. 500, 400, 300. I mean, 400 player regional in 2019. I mean, it didn't really explode until after the pandemic is what I'm trying to say. 300, that's in 2019. 360 player regional. That was just normal. It was very normal. You know, and for comparison, the regional that I won was 360 players. In 2015. And that lasted all the way up until 2019. That was very normal. That you would just have 400 player regionals. It wasn't until after the pandemic that regionals started cracking 1,000 players. That just straight up did not happen. Denver, really handsome man in the top 8 of this regional championship right here. 640 players. Jimmy Pendarvis, Toronto, I remember that, 350 players. Collinsville had over 1,000. That was huge. Really handsome player here in 21st place. Also really handsome player in 3rd place. Handsome player alert. Another handsome player in 12th place. Another handsome player in 11th place. Dang. We got a ton of handsome players here at this tournament. That's crazy. But yeah, very rarely. I mean, that's 2019. Collinsville is like one of the most central regional championships and has historically been one of the biggest. Dallas, another one's usually pretty big, very accessible, central location, 800 players there. You know, but it wasn't until then and then everything exploded afterwards. I mean, now you look at the regional championships and it's like, bruh, if it's not 1,000 players, it's small, right? Your Fresno is 900 players. You know, a regional that 4 years ago would have been 300 players, now is 900. You know, Milwaukee, 1,100 players. So the game's exploding. Portland, 1,000 players. Yeah, now we have Peoria, so true. I know. I want to go back to Denver so bad, bro. 1,100 players at Fort Wayne. 1,170 players. So, in my mind, they need to start cutting to top 16 because top 8 cut is just so insane for that many players. Denver was also my favorite regional I've been to. By a lot. Denver was sick. They should cut the top 16. At regionals, back in the day, they used to cut the top 32 at regionals. You'd play Swiss rounds, then you cut the top 32. And you bracket off from there. That was kind of sick, honestly. That was gas. That's how I got my first regional top 8 in like 2013. Because you just cut you finish in the top 32. You win your top 32 match, you're in top 16. Win your top 16 match, bam, top 8. That was gas. They got to bring that back. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. That was sick. They should just, all right, forget day 2. Day 2 is too sweaty. Day 1, and then cut straight to top 32. Boom. No ties. Day 2's for side events. Just bracket off all the X2s after day 1. Bracket off all the X2s. Maybe give one person a bye if you have an odd number. Yeah, there you go. That's the dream right there. That'd be so chill. All the X2s bracket off. One person gets a bye if you have an odd number. No ties. No bubbles. I've solved it. I've solved it right there. I'm only partially kidding. But if you have no ties, you kind of have to do stuff like that, right? Because the bubbles are horrendous if you have to have a bubble solver because the bubbles are really bad if you don't have ties. So then you got to kind of say like, all right, everybody with this record makes it to the next stage of the game. And the next stage of the game pretty much has to be a bracket, right? An elimination bracket. I don't know. What's the NCAA do with basketball? Don't they bracket off from like 64 or something? Or they bracket off from 32? What do they do? March Madness. Yeah, what is that? How much do they start with? There's no Swiss rounds. Top 128 bracket. Basically 64 with some last chance qualifiers to make 68. Yep. That's a bracket out the gate. Right, well, you have to qualify for the bracket, which is what Swiss rounds would do in Pokemon. Swiss rounds, qualify for the bracket, then you bracket off. Just makes it so much easier for everybody, bro. Fighting game style, winners and losers bracket, lose 2 sets and you're out. Well, the bracket's always going to be best of 3. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. The quicker you get to the bracket, the better. Because the bracket's best of 3 with no ties, obviously, because you can't tie at a bracket. But then Swiss rounds are single. Single game, bro. Yeah, no, can't do double elim. No, that doesn't work. Works well at Cups. It does. I know. YRG. I know. Copy Japan's tournament structure. I know. That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. But yeah, you've got... I mean, the game has exploded. We literally had a 300-player Gym Leader Challenge side event at Nationals this year. That's awesome, right? I mean, it's incredible. But with that amount of players, there are going to be growing pains, right? Which we've all experienced, right? But that's just logistical stuff. It's logistical stuff is coming up and being worked out because the game has exploded on like an exponential level since the pandemic. So that's something that's really exciting, but it's also something that we're going to need to work through. But I think that 50-minute best of 3 in my mind is I'm done with it. And I hope that we work towards a more sustainable, more reasonable tournament structure. Because, yes, Japan has 2,000. Yeah, you think they're doing 50-minute best of 3 over there? No. No, they're not. Absolutely not. No, dog. No. They is not doing no 50-minute best of 3. No. And honestly, I think it's about time that we kind of move past that as well. So, anyways, that's the TED Talk, and that's also it for the stream. Good stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the just chatting vibes today. I went into this planning to open the Pokemon trading card game live, and then you know what? Man, we never got around to it, so I feel like that's okay. Tomorrow I'll open the Pokemon trading card game live. How about that? And I'll see you there. Now that we've kind of talked about everything that I feel like there was to talk about. And there was a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about. It's happening right now in the Pokemon TCG. It's a happening time. But we'll get sweaty and grind some games tomorrow, and I'll see you all there. Thank you to all the subs today, the raids, the good vibes, the chat, the discussion. I appreciate it. And hopefully you have a good evening. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product. Did I mention you can also sell your cards to Full Grip Games? Help support the channel. Let's raid Omnipoke. See ya.